Hello and welcome to the July 12th, 2023 Historic District Commission Workshop. We're going to begin with a few staff announcements and then move to some public comments about the proposed Elizabeth Historic District. I'm Christy Harps and staff to the commission. And first, I would like to welcome our new chair, Nichelle Hawkins. Thank you so much, Nichelle, for agreeing to serve.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask for grace, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And then I should also note that everyone has a brand new copy of the design standards at their seat. That includes the updates for alignment with the UDO and also McCrory Heights. So we're thrilled to have that for you this month. And then speaking of McCrory Heights, the first item on the agenda is consideration of McCrory Heights representative. And so the commission will remember that you have made a motion to appoint Samantha Taylor a few months back. And it's my understanding from the McCrory Heights Neighborhood Association that they would like to rescind their support of Samantha Taylor and put support behind Shauna Bell and request that the commission take that into consideration and also support the nomination of Shauna Bell. Now, I have Shauna's application pulled up for everyone to review. Shauna is an active member of the McCrory Heights Neighborhood Association. She lives in the district and she is interested in serving because of her commitment to maintaining the cultural heritage of their community. Thank you. Okay. And it's before you. Nichelle, would you like to add anything from the perspective of the Neighborhood Association?
Yes, so as Christy mentioned, we did bring forward a candidate in Samantha Taylor. Quite a few meetings have passed and things have transpired where Shauna Bell stepped up. She's a lot more engaged and more available to commit to this commission. As you guys know, it does require quite a bit of a commitment and time, investing in reviewing applications and making sure we're enforcing the standards. And so Shauna would be here today. She actually reached out to me, but she had a family obligation, but she is one that's very much involved with the community. And so the neighborhood has galvanized behind her and would like her to be the resident representative.
There is a little bit of a procedural steps to this since you have already recommended Samantha for appointment to the mayor. So there'll have to first be a vote to rescind the recommendation of appointment of Samantha Taylor and vote on that. And then a second vote and motion to recommend Shauna Bell as to the mayor for appointment. So.
Okay. I can make motions now. I'd like to make a motion to rescind the nomination of Ms. Taylor to the McCrory Heights seat.
And do we have a second? All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. And now we need a motion to recommend Shauna Bell for appointment to the McCrory Heights seat to the mayor.
I will make that motion also. In light of the information we've received, I move to make a recommendation to nominate Shauna Bell to the McCrory Heights seat.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Right, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes?
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, vote passes 7-0.
Hmm.
Thank you.
And if it moves forward, we're gonna have 2 Commissioner Bells.
Oh, yeah.
Before, we were gonna have 2 Commissioner Taylors, so keep it interesting around here, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much. Next, we will move on to the Elizabeth comments. You will note that at the last meeting, we have shared comments received from the community. They are linked on the agenda, which is posted to the HDC website. There were just a couple new comments received from the last meeting. Those have been added. Major thanks to Marilyn for keeping up with all this and keeping our running list. So, and nothing with the report has changed. It's the same it's always been. And again, we were looking at content of the report to make sure that, you know, they are meeting the requirements of having a map, a survey of all the properties in the neighborhood, the survey's accurate, and the content of the historical narrative. And the commission, as a reminder to everyone, the commission has delayed their vote until the September meeting to give ample time for neighbors to provide comment on the report itself. This is, again, not the commission reviewing whether or not to support this proposed local district. It is strictly reviewing the report itself.
Okay.
So I believe we have one person here to speak. Cliff, would you like to come up? Okay, and well, as we've been doing at every meeting, speakers can have 2 minutes, and we were limiting time just in the event that we had multiple speakers, but we don't want to change our process halfway. So 2 minutes. Our attorney Hewitt will time after, if you turn on the mic and hold it close to you.
Okay.
There you go. And after you state your name and your position,
Yes.
then your 2 minutes will start. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Clifton Settelmeyer, and I'm president of the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation. We're the group that are trying to get historic designation for Elizabeth. I want to say, first of all, when I come into this meeting, I turn green with jealousy because I know most of you living in historic districts, and I congratulate you all on achieving that. I'm not jealous of Christy because I know she works too hard. I wouldn't want to have to work as hard as Christy does. But I came this afternoon just to answer questions. So I really don't have a statement prepared. I'm just prepared to answer any questions that anyone might have about our application. And if there are no questions, I'll give up the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Yeah.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Settelmeyer?
Have you all considered a smaller boundary?
Yes, we have. I'm on record as saying that when it comes to Elizabeth, I would like to have historic designation for the entire community because whatever happens, I do not want to be the person that goes down in history as splitting Elizabeth in half. And certainly the historic buildings are all over Elizabeth. So as far as that goes, there was no problem. trying for the entire community.
To, to kind of add on to that question, are you aware of whether the broader community is in agreement with that approach? Or is there a desire for a smaller boundary by other residents?
Well, I would say in Elizabeth, we like nothing better than debate. And there are certainly people who fall into every category. Some who would like smaller boundaries, some would like smaller boundaries over here or over there. And there are people who would not like his historic designation at all. We have tried to give the entire community, Elizabeth community, the opportunity to vote or fill out the petition of the property owners to see exactly how many people are in favor of it. And that's the course we're on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
It did, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Settlemyer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I see new faces in the audience. I think you are here for the commission meeting, but if not, if you're here to talk on Elizabeth, please feel free to join us. No? Okay. Well, welcome. We'll talk to y'all soon. That's all I have today for the workshop.
Okay.
I'm expecting to have an actual workshop item with a pre-design review next month. So
Okay.
we'll look forward to that. Michelle, is there anything you would like to discuss with the commission at this time?
Nope, I don't think I have anything else to cover.
Okay,
Did any of the other commissioners have anything?
no?
All right.
Okay. Well, would you like to break until 1?
Yeah.
And we'll be back?
Yeah, let's do
Okay,
that.
great.
meeting. I am Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call this meeting to order at 1:04 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Noel Bell, Phil Goodwin, Kim Parati, Brett Taylor, Jill Walker, Scott Didlock, and Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Lighty, Jenny Shugart, Marilyn Draft, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be reviewed by visiting the HTC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that you follow the guidelines, the following guidelines be observed, Please make sure your camera is on using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HTC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HGC design standards. The HGC may question the applicant and HGC staff members. HGC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HGC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HGC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HGC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HGC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you. Our first application is a consent agenda item, 701 Berkeley Avenue. There is a caller, an unknown caller online, so before I get started, I would like to see which project the caller is calling about. Hello, if you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, can you please let me know what address or case number you are calling about? Okay, well, hearing nothing, I'll proceed. The first application, again, is 701 Berkeley Avenue. It is for a small rear addition on the back of the house. The reason it's before the commission is because the house faces Berkeley, the addition is back here and visible from Myrtle Avenue. The applicant has provided detailed information about the materials, photos of the existing house, a site plan, and two options. Option one with a gable roof that mimics the gable roof on the house, and then option two with the shed style roof. Both are in the same location, footprint, and size. Staff is recommending approval with a number of conditions. And so at this time, I'll turn it back over to Chairperson Hawkins.
All right, and also, should we provide direction on which option?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
So is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? Would you like to speak, Marcelo? Okay, thank you.
All right. So any objections to this staying on the consent agenda, commissioners?
I have a couple of questions. I have a couple of questions regarding the plans that are on there. Can you go back to either one of those, I think, of the sketches? Scroll down a little bit. So that elevation, is that a window on that elevation? And then on the lower elevation, the side, on the one below there?
This window is on the main house.
Right.
This is a little window.
That's a little window,
on the
and is that
side.
elevation the one that's facing Lex?
So the 6 feet, this elevation is facing the neighbor's property. This elevation here would be facing Myrtle. So,
So what's on that elevation facing Myrtle? What does that look like?
yep, that looks like. So this is the rear elevation. The addition will go right here. And it will take up this window and this window.
So the window, the elevation facing Myrtle is just going to be siding. There's no,
Correct,
okay.
correct. Mhm.
And that
And that
rear
would be right
elevation,
here.
that window on the left-hand side, that, the one that we see, the casement, the double casement to the right of that stays? Okay.
Yes. But these two will go, the single and then this one.
All right, one or two more questions. Can you go back to the sketches?
Yep.
So it's probably easier to see in the shed roof one, the one below there. So these, I'm gonna say, do not appear to be to scale. And that roof, I don't know if the ceiling height is different, so the roof is below that return eave on the main house. And it's I think it was called out as a 6 and 12 pitch, but I just don't think that that's necessarily accurate, the way it's gonna come up underneath that. I don't know, it's not to scale. So in principle, I'm not against the application, but it's, I'm I understand what's happening here, but it's not an accurate representation of what needs to happen there
Right.
at this point.
I'd like to have it taken off the consent agenda.
Oh, you would? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
sure. Okay, well, with that, Marcelo, were you sworn in just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, come on up. And hit the button there until it turns green. And if you would, please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
The address of this house?
Your name and your address.
My name is Marcelo Halpern. I live at 2742 Picardy Place. This is my previous residence, and I'd moved out while I was deciding how to redo it, and we ended up living where we are until my kids get out of school.
All right, so commissioners, it sounds like you have questions for the applicant?
I would love it if you speak to some of the concerns brought up by Commissioner Taylor.
Sure, absolutely. So the intent is the 612 pitch to follow the house. The roof and the ceiling height is 9 feet. I'm not an architect. I am a licensed contractor. You know, I have very good framers and people that do work for me, and that, you know, I'm sorry if it's not quite to scale in the drawing. It is, you know, closer on that gable one. And the dimensions are accurate, and coming off the corner to set back is basically, you cannot see this house at all. What we're proposing is you can't see it from Myrtle Avenue. There's total natural area, so that's totally obscured. The back of the house is obscured because of plantings from the people that are on Myrtle, and the people on Berkeley Avenue don't have any windows, facing, you know, that they can see the house either. But the scaled intention of this is the bathroom in the house was tiny. I had an elderly couple living there for the last 20 years, and I've had a neighbor and someone else that I've approached about their parents living in the house. So I thought, well, the bathroom's just so small, we could make a new bathroom with a ADA shower. So at least the house would be more practical so that we can rent it out, continue to lease it until the time that we're ready to build on it ourselves. The materials on the house, the brick would be matching the brick on the existing house. I proposed, you know, the staff said siding is acceptable. We, you know, said we can go siding or brick to match what's there, obviously unpainted. It's a vertical scratch brick. Windows, you know, there's going to be one window in there. On the drawing, I had proposed doing a window in the shower. And they said that couldn't be a synthetic material. So I've actually was just going to use a wood double hung window and flip the vanity so that we'll have a wood double hung facing the backyard of the house. On the Myrtle Avenue side, it's just 6-foot wall and then we'd have the one window coming into the bathroom.
We are supposed to look at projects as if the greenery was not there.
Mhm.
So if you didn't have all of that vegetation, we would,
So if you didn't have the vegetation, you'd have the original window on the left for that bedroom. You'd have the other smaller window, and then you'd have one
if
more.
Christy can pull it up so that I can see what you're talking about, that would be great.
Would you like me to pull up Google Street View?
Please.
Yep. Mhm. I'll pull up Street View. Is there any other questions that you have?
How often do we say yes to an addition that faces the street without any fenestration?
It typically depends on the length of the wall. Yep.
I mean, if staff did go out and look, and you cannot see this. It's not It's not a rectangular lot, it's a diamond-shaped lot. And unless the city, and I cut some massive trees down, you would not see this going on Myrtle Avenue to begin with. But as far as, on the neighbor's side, it would just have window and then the two existing windows. So we'd have a new window and the two existing.
So-
It's a bathroom in between, where the toilet is and the shower. There's only room to get one window in.
It would basically be on the other side of the shrub, right here in front of, like, the garage is on the far side of the lot, and the addition, you would see it from right here, and this is street view from Myrtle. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm not sharing that with the group. Let me share that with everyone at home as well. Here we go. So the street view, August 2021, showing the left elevation of the house, the garage on the far back corner, and then a shrub, and this is kind of the general area where the addition would go. So it's why staff brought the project to the commission.
Okay. Commissioner Parati and Taylor, any other questions? Does that answer your question?
No other questions at the moment.
Okay. Commissioner Walker, then Commissioner Wojcik, and then Commissioner Barth.
Thank you. Can you go to that original drawing, please? Okay, to Commissioner Taylor's point, I still remain confused by this because I'm assuming that the floor of the bathroom will align with the floor of the home, right?
Exactly.
And then the ceiling of the bathroom will align with the ceiling of the home.
That's right.
Right. So if that were the case then, and the pitch of the roof is the same as the pitch of the roof of the house, wouldn't that roof line have to match up with the roof line of the house?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, it
I don't-
goes.
I
It
can't,
just, it's a weird, it goes up higher because of the framing. I measured it off the foundation and, got this 3 foot is where we ended up. We went out there and we have a 3
I
foot
see that.
difference because of the size of it. Obviously if it was, the width of the house, but we have a exposure of brick still up on the top and then the shingles going into it.
I still don't see how that can happen. But that could,
If I may, to respond to Commissioner Walker's comment, the corner of the addition is also inset towards the interior side of the house by 58 inches. So the roof lines wouldn't, if you're doing that gable roof concept, that roof plane would be pulled interior to the house with respect to the main roof line, so they won't align. Even though the plate heights, ceiling heights, floor heights are all the same.
okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Walker, for the question, and Commissioner Barth for helping out there. Commissioner Wojcik?
My primary question again was about staff approval. Normally, this would be, except for the fact that it's a corner lot, was that right?
Normally, staff would work on all these things that you're talking over,
Yep.
but since it's a corner lot and visible, it comes to the commission for review.
And fellow commissioners, typically if it wasn't more complicated, if it was a different project that was under our review, we would typically ask for more information on the drawings because these aren't technically correct. They're showing a perspective and an elevation combined with each other. And as I can perceive the space, this is not something that we would normally just approve based on these drawings.
Okay.
Right, you would, permit drawings would be required for staff to ultimately
Approval.
approve.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you could do is, approve in concept, and should the permit drawings come back and look completely different than this, then staff would bring it back to the commission.
Okay.
Yeah. Or, approve with changes or continue, like any of those things are on the
Okay,
table. Mhm.
thank you.
All right. Commissioner Barth and then Commissioner Parati.
So we see two options for the roof of the addition here, gable roof form and a shed roof form. Do you have a preference to the two? Is there a reason that there are two options shown?
Quite frankly, I don't have a preference. I mean, it'd be cheaper to do the shed. I just need to do this to make the house livable. And I presented it as options, whatever the rest of the world wants, I will do, I mean,
Okay.
it's the floor plan's the same. It's, it's a 6 by 13 bathroom
Mhm.
and, it makes the house functional.
And you also mentioned that you were proposing one double hung window to go on the addition.
Yeah, instead of the shower window, I'll switch
Okay.
it to a double hung.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can't put a wood window in a shower. I just,
Understood.
I mean, I just don't see how that's going to hold up.
And so where would that, so obviously we're
It
not
would
seeing that.
Shift it onto the main wall, away from the shower.
So it would be on the other side of this rear elevation of the addition.
Right above the D and the I, in that center in that wall.
And that would go above the toilet. What would be?
Toilets going to be here, showers here, vanities in the middle. So
Got it.
we would put it where the vanity
Gotcha.
in
Okay.
that section.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Parati.
I don't have I have no further questions.
All right. Any other commissioners have any questions for the applicant? Okay.
Are there any double hungs on the existing house? They all look like their casements are
They're,
fixed.
they're the original old metal casements.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't buy metal casements anymore. I have a fantastic vinyl window company that you can't tell are vinyl windows whatsoever with mullions on the exteriors and, my neighbors on both neighbors going down the street have them, but I know that's not acceptable. So I was told wood or clad window and so one that would be functional for egress as opposed to all these old windows that are not functional for egress, I thought was sort of essential because you can't get out. I mean, these casements, they only open this much. So a lot of people, if they're trying to get out of a house quickly, are not going to be able to get out. So having I thought a double hung at least, there's one window that somebody can get out of the house fairly quickly. So that was my idea, and since they wanted wood or wood clad.
Commissioner Barth.
Chrissy, can we go to the Myrtle Street elevation? Please. I guess it would be the secondary front elevation. Maybe, let's see.
Myrtle elevation.
Oh, that's a different house. Never mind.
This, oh,
this-
okay.
I take it back. Sorry.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, hearing none, we'll close for deliberation. Okay, commissioners, I heard a conversation that you were having with Christy about what we would normally do in this situation. So, Commissioner Wojcik, do you have any insight or thoughts on how we should proceed?
I do have a thought on which elevation would be more, roof line would be more appropriate for the architecture based on the drawings. The shed roof, actually, I don't believe will work structurally because I believe that it'll intersect the existing gable. So if we do approve this or continue it, I would like to request that we ask for the gable roof line because that will work. And from an egress standpoint, a casement that would be appropriately sized would actually be a better form of egress then a double hung would be over a toilet or wherever it is in that bathroom. So my request would be that we would request a casement window. It doesn't have to be a twin casement, it can just be a casement window, so that it is consistent even though it wouldn't be the same material. So
Okay.
those were my 2 points of concern and thought.
Okay, so gable roof for the addition and a casement window instead of a double hung.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, it looked like you wanted to say something?
I know it's only 6 feet, but it has absolutely no fenestration and it's facing the street. And so it's a sticking point for me.
Okay. All right. Other commissioners, any other feedback or thoughts? Commissioner Taylor?
Just say, I'm not opposed to it because the scale is so small, and it is, almost completely reversible without much effort. But the plans are completely, they're just not accurate. So I would move that we approve it with, the concept, because it's not incongruous to, the standards pending permit-ready plans are following this concept drawing.
That was great. We just need some standards.
6.0 and 6.24.
Okay, and should we also address the fenestration issue that Commissioner
Yeah.
Parati mentioned?
Yes, I think it needs to be a casement window. And if it can be drawn to show whether a shed works or not, I don't think it will. I'm open to either one. I just don't think the shed will clear the return eve.
So it sounds like you're in agreement with Commissioner Wojcik, so we can just choose the option, recommend the option.
Gable, I recommend the
Gable.
gable.
The fenestration is not going to be on the street side, just to confirm that.
Okay, okay. Fair enough. Okay, so we have a motion.
Any other considerations
Oh, yes.
for the motion?
Oh,
You want to make an amendment? Okay, Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to make an amendment requesting that the applicant work with staff as far as matching the brick to the existing. No brick shall be painted. Materials being siding shall conform to our standards, and to work with staff to either be German lap siding or hardy artisan or comparable lap siding with mitered corners or wood corner boards sitting proud by 1/4 inch of the siding. Skylight should not be used, especially facing the street. Windows can be aluminum clad, and to work for the applicant to work with staff on window proportions, sizing, light pattern and proportion. All eaves, trim, and cornice details should match the existing house, and the applicant should provide rear yard impermeable calculations to the staff prior to commencement of the project.
And do we have some standards to go with that?
Boy, knew you were gonna ask that. I'd like to reference standards for foundations, 6.12, roof form and material, 6.13, cornices and trims, 6.14, doors and windows, 6.15 through 16, material 6.18, believe that is it.
Addition 6.20.
And addition 6.20. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Taylor, do you accept the amendment?
I accept.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 9-0. All right.
Thank you. The next application is 1001 Berkeley Avenue. It's kind of similar, some window changes on a corner lot. Let's see here. So the proposal is fenestration and roof changes on the first level of a non-original rear addition. No changes are proposed to the original structure. The lower level roof will be rebuilt on the rear addition. Triple window installed and 2 single fixed windows added. On the left elevation, 2 windows will be removed and a new triple casement will be added. And on the right elevation, 2 windows will be removed and a pair of French doors will be installed. And you can see all of that shown both on the plans as well as the elevations. So you have existing and proposed left elevation. Here's the roof change. So this is like a stepped disjointed roof. They're making one singular roof, changing the fenestration on the back with a triple window, a new door, 2 new single windows, and then on the right elevation, removing a couple of double hung windows and adding some French doors. And then there are also some 3D renderings of the project and information about the window specifications are also included. So, we have 2 unknown callers, and I would like to ask if either one of them are calling about this application. Hello, if you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, could you please tell us which application you're calling about, either by case number or address?
This is James Cass. I'm one of the unknown callers. I'm actually about to drop and join on WebEx. I'm calling about 820 Woodruff Place.
Okay, thank you. Just so you know, we probably won't get to that for a little while.
Yep, understood.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mike Claffey. I'm not calling about a specific case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, over to you.
All right, so this is a consent agenda item. Commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda? Commissioner Barth?
Is this the time when I state those objections?
Yes.
I only have one
Okay.
question / issue with this project. Christy, if you could go to the proposed rear elevation. The 2 windows, which appear to be in the kitchen on either side of the stove, we don't see any window types of that style on this house. I think as a commission, we would prefer to see a window more in keeping, whether it be a double hung or a casement to be made look like double hung in the same style as the 6/1 patterns that we see.
Would you have the same comment about the triple window on the left elevation?
Yes.
Okay. If you give me prescriptive direction, staff can work that out. Or if you want to talk to the applicant, we can see if they're here.
If the applicant wishes to respond to my comments, sure. Otherwise, I'm happy to give prescriptive guidance for staff.
Okay, any response from the applicant would require it to be taken off a consent agenda and heard as a full commission item.
I don't think we need to.
Okay.
Do we still need to make a motion or do I just present?
You would just, if you're ready to make a motion, and you can make your motion to the effect of what we just discussed.
Okay. Is there any other commissioners that object to what I pointed out? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as a consent agenda item as it is not incongruous with our districts and guidelines. However, would like to make the following amendments requesting that the applicant work with staff in looking at the rear elevation to making the 2 casement windows without divided light more in keeping with windows that we see on the historic structure, whether they be double hung 6/1 light pattern or a casement made to look in this form. Similarly, on the left elevation, the triple gang windows be made to look like my previous comment, double hung with 6/1 or casements made to look as such, and to incorporate proper mole spacing between mold window units as is reflected on the existing historic example of at least 6 inches or greater between mold units.
Any
And-
mention of picture frame trim?
Is there? Good catch. And third item would ask that the applicant work with staff in eliminating any picture frame trim. Trim should, casing around windows should terminate into a thicker sill per historic standards. And I want to reference design standards. Six dot 1.5 for doors and windows. And 6.14 for cornices and trim.
And any mention of the HVAC screening?
Do we know if that's existing or not?
Doesn't matter. Needs to be permanently screened from the side and the neighbor.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess this would be the fourth or fifth item of my motion, requesting that the applicant work with staff to properly screen the proposed or existing HVAC units on the side of the house. 8.9.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion, a second to the motion. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 814 East Boulevard. And this is a reaffirmation of a previously approved project. It was approved under HDC RMA 2021. And there were some conditions that the commission had about the porch railing and the front-facing dormer. The reason this is back before you is because final permit-ready plans were not received within the required timeframe and no COA was issued. The applicant's requesting reaffirmation of the previous approval with all of these changes. So staff has noted these changes and made very specific recommendations in the staff recommendation. there are quite a number of conditions with this approval. So let me see if the caller, hello, if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, could you please let us know if you are here for this case? It's 814 East Boulevard. Okay. Is anyone in the audience speaking for or against this case? Hi, Jill. Jill, the applicant is here.
Oh, okay. Welcome. All right. Does any of the commissioners object to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, looks like not. Okay. So commissioners, thoughts? Quite a few conditions. So just to make sure I'm clear, it's a reaffirmation.
It's a reaffirmation and the design has changed slightly. And staff went through piece by piece, found all the changes and has noted those. So
Okay.
those are noted both on page 1 of the staff memo
Mhm.
and within the conditions. So one example would be composite wood decking and treads were shown on the plans, but the original approval was for wood. And we don't do composite decking on front porches.
Okay.
So all of these recommendations are in line with requirements that the commission has made of other projects.
Okay. Thank you, Christy.
Mhm.
All right, commissioners. Commissioner Bell, do you want to kick us off in this discussion, or do we have a motion considering?
Sure.
the-
I think we're, oh,
Since it is a reaffirmation, if you have a motion, we'll definitely take that at this time. So if you do, yes.
I can
Okay.
make a motion.
All right.
I make a motion to approve this application because the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction for non-residential buildings in Chapter 7 and the Secretary of Interior's standards per 10.4.1, the rules for procedure. There are many conditions. Do I read them out or can we take them? I'm happy to read them out if needed.
You can say all of the conditions listed in the staff report, letters A through
Through
N as in Nancy.
And with the following conditions noted in the staff report, letters A through N.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? All right, well, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 1141 Ligonor Place. And at this time, I am handing the controls over to Jenny Schugart. Jenny will be presenting this case for everybody.
All right.
Okay, as Christy said, this is 1141 Linganore Place.
Do we have any recusals from the commission? If you would please state for the record.
Just my name,
Yes.
Jill Walker. I live at 1140 Linganore Place, right across the street.
Okay. And is recusing from this case. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. So the commission has actually seen this house before. It was an addition to the main house, new carport, new garage and pool house, as well as for driveway and site changes. The driveway changes in the previous case was to move the driveway to the left side of the house. The existing driveway would be removed once the new driveway was finished. So that's the quick of that. And today, I apologize, this was approved at the July 13th, 2022 meeting by the commission. And today, the changes that are coming before you, this is, to stress, an after-the-fact case. They are making changes on site to what had been approved. So this is an after-the-fact. And with that being said, it's to be reviewed on its own merits as if it's being brought to you as a new case and for new approval. And so very quickly, the proposal is for grading changes of the driveway, boulders on the left side of the drive, and new retaining walls on the driveway, as well as an expanded tree protection. But I would like to get a little deeper into this. Let's see. Because it can get a little confusing. So on the left, we have the approved site plan from the earlier COA. And as you can see, here's the driveway that was approved to be on the left side of the house. I will also state that part of the reason for an expanded tree protection would be because originally the tree was sited here on the site plan. And in actuality, the location of that tree is here. And that does make a difference. As you can see on the proposed site plan for today, you can see the addition of the brick walls, the steps, the boulders, and of course, like I said, the tree being put in the correct location. And part of the reason for the grade changing being on this is that staff cannot approve grade changes, and the original drawings from the previous approval did not show, let me see if I can find, yeah, did not indicate the change of grade that you can see in these drawings. Let's see, so if we go back up to and here are some pictures showing what's going on the construction site at this time. So this is looking from basically the top of the driveway towards the street. These are the boulders on the left side of the driveway. This is where a retaining wall is to go. You can see where it will connect on the right side of the driveway into the already approved brick wall that will be built back. This is a picture from the street looking up, and then this is where the proposed stairs are being placed. There is a supplement picture that was added. Oops, sorry. So you can see a little bit more of what's going on with the driveway. And these were before pictures. Let's see if we can see that a little better. And then during construction. This is they submitted a revised site plan, but they also submitted a section to show the grade much better this time. And then they do have the expanded tree protection in this submission as well. And then we get to the previously approved COA in case there are other questions. Again, this is an after-the-fact case, and because staff cannot approve grade changes, we cannot approve boulders at the staff level. We also have a neighbor who is wanting to speak on this case. We are recommending that it come off consent.
Okay. Thank you. So we are taking this off of the consent agenda and hearing this case in full.
Since, yes, anytime there's a neighbor objection or commissioner objection or commissioner questions like we did earlier. So just following the same procedure that we did for case number 1.
Okay. All right. So this is off of the consent agenda. Yep.
I'm not sure if the applicants are present. Let me check.
Okay.
Candace, are the applicants present? Can you expand that window up there, Jenny? Hit that, yeah,
This one,
with
yeah.
the V.
I'm sorry.
Christy.
Hi, Candace.
Hi. No, I do not see the applicants online.
Okay, well, this is unusual.
Yeah.
We are usually required to have the applicants present to hear cases.
Okay.
So is it the commission's purview? And attorneys?
So yes,
The
Commissioner.
applicant submitted their waiver and they know it's on today's agenda and they've been notified where we're at. So.
Okay. So Attorney Hewitt, in that case, is it that we not hear this case today?
Well, Madam Chair, I believe that you've begun hearing the case. So there's an aspect of it where the 180 days has begun. I believe what Christy has mentioned is that the applicant had noticed and submitted a waiver. There's a possibility that they might join us a little later, given that it's earlier in the agenda. It is within the board's purview and discretion whether or not you would like to sort of take a pause on this case and move on to another one and give it maybe an hour or so to see if they show up. But that is completely within the board's discretion.
I'm also glad as staff to try and reach out to the applicant individually and let them know.
Okay. I think that's fair. Thank you.
Okay.
Attorney Hewitt.
Do they need to vote to table this to later in the agenda, or can we leave it open and move on?
I would recommend that. I would recommend that the board follow previous procedures. So Christy, previously, I believe we've seen this before. Has the board voted to sort of table it, or has it generally just left it open and come back to it when?
We've left it open and come back.
Okay,
Just making sure we're doing the right thing.
of course.
Thanks. Okay.
All right.
Well, then we are going to move along to agenda item number 5 and give us just 1 minute to switch gears.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we're welcoming Commissioner Walker back to rejoin.
Yes, let the record show that Commissioner Walker has rejoined the meeting.
Okay. This next application, Jennifer, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're online. Okay, great. Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Can you turn on your camera, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, let's do that first.
And if we have anyone else on, would you please be sworn in at this time? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Thank you. This next application is changes to the front yard and a new front walkway. And they have, it's termed as 2 landing pads at the front and towards the house, and then the restoration of the painted brick front stoop. And so I think this will be easier to understand. We have some historic photos of the house, pre-addition, and then the current photo. The applicant has provided some reference photos from neighboring properties, current condition photos of the stepping stones to the front entrance. and also some current conditions of damage and spalling of the brick and the concrete of the front porch stoop. And the front porch has also had this thin brick overlaid on top of what we believe was originally concrete. The site plan is shown on slide 9. Here we go. And this explains the project further. So reconstructing the front porch with a herringbone brick pattern, adding this sort of larger landing area below the front steps, a front walkway, and then a pretty decently sized landing pad right off of the public sidewalk. With that, I will turn this over to the applicant. Jennifer, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, this is Jennifer Spencer, and my address is 2101 Dilworth Road East.
Great, thank you. Jennifer, the floor is yours. Please feel free to add any details to the presentation, and you can let me know which slide you'd like me to move to.
Sure. So we are looking to replace a very kind of crumbling stepping stone and front stoop of our home. We've been in the house about 6 years now, so we wanted to live in it and get a sense of the neighborhood, and we landed on this brick walkway as kind of the best suited for our house and what seems to fit in best for the neighborhood. A couple notes, the pictures of the existing kind of slices of brick that are on the front stoop are now about 7 months dated, so they've crumbled further, so it's a bit of a hazard at this point. And then the landing at the bottom of the steps closest to the front door, that is a product of understanding the commission's desires to step down the walkway to, I believe it's 4 feet. We had originally had it a single width from the steps all the way down, but as I understand it, that width was a little bit wider than the preference. So that is why there is that larger area at the base of the stairs and then stepping into a straight line down to the 2 steps closest to the sidewalk. Another thing I wanted to note, the elevation does slope not insignificantly at the end, which is where the placement of the stairs is. That placement keeps everything pretty much level, and then the slope begins, and that's where we have the retaining walls created so that there's a little bit of a pull-off area for like a stroller and bicycles that keeps it clean and keeps the slope not so interfering with that area for walking. And I think that's pretty much what I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, I will mention there are 4 columns that you can see here. Those columns are on the kind of retaining wall of that area down by the sidewalk. We have 2 lanterns planned there. We did a big deep dive into putting gas there, and the man who came out to talk to me about gas had advised against it because it's such a high traffic area, especially for children. So that is noted to be electric. And then the columns closest to the sidewalk have bowls on top. I just wanted to show that we were planning to put some type of planter for like seasonal flowers.
Okay. All right.
Oh, sorry. One more thing I meant to say. Our architect drew this for us. We spent a lot of time looking at it. I was a bit nervous about the width of the entire project. I didn't want it to be overpowering for either the house or the neighborhood. We did come in a couple feet on both sides with the architect, and then I went and measured some properties both on the street and on Dilworth Road West, and this was inside of that scope, including existing structures and 2 that were approved in the past 18 months. So I hope that's helpful. And then for the brick that we intend to use, there should be a slide here. There is one very small section of original brick in our sunroom that shows like a kind of crumbled vintage red brick inside of the house, which used to be an exterior fireplace. So we plan to match that as best as we can. We found a company called Carolina Handmade Brick that you all recently approved for a project on Dilworth Road West. It was a year to 18 months ago that it was approved, that material. I just wanted to try to keep it easy and have it be authentic to the house as it was, and, you know, something that has been approved in the neighborhood recently.
Okay, anything else?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I don't think I have anything else, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I did want to ask you about, you said the width of the, before I ask you that question, Christy, do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against this application?
We don't have any unknown callers, but I have Mr. James Cass and a Mr. Bob White.
I'm not speaking for or against this one.
What case are you calling, or are you talking?
820 Woodruff Place.
Oh, okay. Who is this?
James Cass.
James, I'll make a note so I'm not calling on you every time.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And Bob White is on the line for 524 East Kingston.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So, Ms. Spencer, you mentioned that there are other properties in the neighborhood that are wider. The base of their walkway meeting the sidewalk is wider than yours. And just to make sure I'm clear, you're proposing 16 feet and 6 inches wide to be the base of your walkway? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you have references submitted in your application with those examples that are wider than yours?
No, I don't believe it's in the last PDF that I saw, but I'm happy to take a photo and give that measurement. It was for a house on Dilworth Road West that recently put in a similar brick walkway, and I went and measured, and it was larger.
And and I'm asking that because of context. So when we look in the immediate context of your property, it would be helpful to see an example of a walkway just as wide or wider than the one you're proposing, just to make sure that this fits within that context. So thank you for answering that.
Sure, I'm happy to provide additional photos or addresses of other ones that we found really on our street alone that would satisfy that, I think. It's a unique property. It's a wider footprint, and it's a slightly different house type, so it's hard to find exact matches, but we were nervous we don't want it to stand out as something different and not appropriate, so we did some work to make sure that there were others like it.
Right, and just making sure that that's included in your application will be helpful to the commission to make that
Sure.
decision. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I have a few. Hello, Ms. Spencer. You have a beautiful home. I was out looking at your home, and as Chairperson Hawkins says, we look at the immediate vicinity, at the immediate context to make sure that, in your words, you're not standing out, you're not throwing off the rhythm, right? And so just driving down your immediate street, all the walkways seem pretty simple and understated. They're basic concrete, and for the ones that look like brick pavers, they are set up and kind of out of the immediate sight, whereas yours, as you said, is pretty stately. You have a nice lot there, and we can see everything. So it appears to me as though your walkway, as it's proposed, would stand out. And Having said that, I'm going to draw your attention to a standard. It is 8.2, number 7. Repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving in color, size, texture, and finish. So with that being the standard, with the context being what it is, why should we be making an exception for your walkway?
Well, just to better understand the second part of your question with the materials, I spoke to the original owner, or I'm sorry, the previous owner of this home, and asked her about the brick material that she used to try to first see if we can do a repair on what we have. And she informed me that they were actual bricks that she had sliced to a tile width or depth and then placed down. She was like, I remember it because the man's hands were bleeding. And so that wasn't a functional thing that we could replicate. So that's why we were going with brick on the material, because the materials surrounding that, as far as we can tell or understand, or what might have been under there, were brick, like the rest of our house. The brick that we have in our house is painted, so we were going to just do the original kind of tumbled red brick that we found in the old exterior parts of the house, which is the fireplace in our sunroom. So the materials, I don't believe, are too far away from, what they were. There is some kind of stucco covering on the base of that entryway, which I'm definitely open to keeping or mirroring. See there under the railing in the new exact replica porch. We have water damage at the front door, which is why we're replacing it. Also, you can see it's kind of destroyed on the corners there, and now we have mold and stuff growing in those holes. So the materials, I do believe, are in line with the house that we have and what was, as far as we can tell, original to it. And then as far as the walkway, there are brick walkways, and again, I'm very happy to provide those photos, that are quite large at the street on both Dilworth Road East and West. There, you are absolutely right that there are very more simple walkways also, especially right next to us and across the street from us. However, the house style is very different. So I feel like this walkway is better suited for our particular federal style home, even though it's unusual for our direct neighbors, which are much more craftsman aligned. So I'm trying to keep it true to the house and then true to the neighborhood, even if it's not exactly the same as our neighbors who have a different style home, if that makes sense.
We have an old photo included in our presentation here, number 4 on slide 4. And I can't really see what the walkway looks like, but it looks like as though there is photographic evidence of what that might have been. Have you talked to staff about that?
And how so? About?
Meaning,
This photo is from us. This is all we have on
right.
file.
I get that. I knew that. So we were talking about your stairs, and you were saying that you were trying to match up materials, and you talked about the previous owner. We have an old photo. Staff has an old photo. So have you checked in with them about what that original material was?
Candace and I spoke back when I was first doing the submission, and from what I can see and understand, it was brick, and we are hoping to replace it with brick. The material used from the previous owner was a cover of some other brick or some other material that we can't see and don't know exactly, but from the structure that we can see, anything we can see suggests that it was brick originally on those steps, and that's what we're hoping to replicate.
Right, with the fancier pattern?
It's the same pattern that's currently there. It's a herringbone.
Herringbone?
Yes.
Okay. And the runoff, your front yard seemed pretty flat to me. So you're saying that there's a slight slope. What happens when, what are you experiencing when it rains? Or, I mean, why are you putting a retaining wall there? Why are you proposing that?
So the proposal for the retaining wall is just to push the steps in a little bit so that the top of the first step is just flat with the rest of the yard, and then it slopes down. We do have runoff that makes the sidewalk, there's like that red clay on the sidewalk often, hoping this will help with that. Also, it's such a high traffic area. There's 12 children under 10 like directly neighbors to us, and they're constantly out playing. So my idea was also to have a little space to have bikes and strollers pulled off the sidewalk so that people aren't constantly having to walk into the grass or street to move around the kids playing out all the time.
Okay. All right, those are my questions for now.
All right. Any other commissioners have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes. I had a question on the front stoop. So if you would just basically rebuild this, it appears to be in pretty bad condition. You would rebuild this with red brick in a row-lock pattern on the sides. Is that correct? And then a herringbone pattern on the very top. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's the plan. Like I mentioned earlier, there is especially on the slope where the stairs are, it appears to be like a stucco covering over the material, and I'm happy to replicate that if that's your wish, or just do it in the brick. I don't have a strong preference to that.
Well, it appears from the historic photo that material was red brick row lock. So I think you're on the right track with regard to that.
Thank you.
I guess my only feedback, let me ask one more question. So the dimensions that you would rebuild the stoop are identical to what you have now. We're very, very close to that.
Correct.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
With the exception, we will have it be, as I mentioned when I was discussing the kind of tiled brick that covers, it creates, we have water damage in the foundation. We've had it repaired when we moved in, and we're seeing that become a problem again. So the rebuilding will help prevent that, and it will come in just shy of the door so that it's not above the threshold to help prevent with a water issue. So it's slightly less tall, but with removing that tile kind of that's sitting on top, it will be essentially, the idea is to exactly have the dimensions as they were originally. It's just about an inch lower to prevent a water issue.
Which is probably the way that it was originally.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, I think you're on the right track. My only feedback is that, if you do walk up and down the street, I mean, typically, as the other commissioner said, the walkways are fairly simple in the vicinity, and so that's my only concern is the context, and that this appears to be much more stately than what we're seeing in the vicinity of your home. Thank you.
It hasn't come up, but I just wanted to mention the railing that's shown in the photograph. We have every intention, from what I can understand and from the original picture we've seen of the home, it is original, and we have every intention to keep it without replacing it. If there's damage due to the demo that's necessary to rebuild the stoop, the plan would be to have it remade and cast exactly in the same design, just so that you all know that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bell?
I don't have a question, but I did want to note that I too was looking just at the design in the neighborhood and recognize that, it's a nice design, but it does feel out of scale. And I know that's been discussed several times, but it was something that stood out to me. But I do appreciate the design.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Barth, it looks like you have a question or comment.
I have a thought with regard to the stateliness of this threshold between the sidewalk and the pedestrian walk space. Typically on driveways, we try to stick to like a 9-foot dimension at the most. Here we have 16 feet. And thinking about the rhythm of the street, paved connections back to the public realm, This just seems very wide to me, as some other commissioners have stated. I think I'd appreciate a smaller transition, as well as something that would be under what a driveway would be, for example.
I agree with you. That was a well-stated way to put it. I think the fact that it's larger than even what a driveway is probably what's standing out. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Taylor?
I do. Not sure how to say this. So I think part of the grandeur of it is the height of the retaining wall out front and the height of the columns out front. And I'm not sure that that's accurate. I'm counting 3 risers on that out front and 3 more at the door. And the door and the front stoop's being lowered roughly 3 inches, call it. And looking at the pictures, it doesn't look like that there's that much of an elevation change to require 3 risers. I don't think that retaining wall would be, I don't think you'd have 3 risers out front in real life. I think it's smaller than that. And I think that's kind of what's throwing off the grandeur of it. It's not, I don't know that because there's no grade elevations, but it looks, there's something that's not adding up quite right there.
When you look at it in person, there's a slight slope. It's definitely not 3 risers worth.
Yeah, just from the counting the risers at the front door and then the risers in the plan, it just seems like there's more. They're counting more on plan there is than there actually is, I believe. Which is creating that retaining wall to be taller than what it really needs to be.
Okay. And any concern with the width of that landing as well?
My larger concern is with the height of the retaining wall and the columns. The mass of it gets pretty large.
All right. Commissioner Barati?
I have a problem. I have a challenge with the retaining wall and the little that it's retaining. I have a challenge with the materials used for the walkway in context of its surrounding properties. And I have a challenge with the width.
I think you just summed up what we all are challenged with. Any questions for the applicant though before we close for deliberation? Kind of think we just sort of had it, but all right, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, Jennifer, I believe you said that you were striving to have everything flat. So this walkway, it appears from this drawing that it is essentially level. And maybe that's what's requiring these risers. And I would emphasize that it would be helpful to have some slope on that walkway to get the water away from the house and not collect there.
Okay.
Jennifer, do you know what's causing the moisture issues on your foundation?
Inside of the home or?
On the outside. It would go from the outside inside, yeah. From in the front, because it didn't seem to slope back towards the foundation, but I just looked at it once, so.
Yes, so in the home, the foundation issue that we're having with water is the tiled brick that's seen on top of the original material has bumped up that step into the house, so it's just level or just slightly above the threshold of the door, and that's where the water had been getting in. We had the foundation repaired when we moved in, but we're seeing, some more moisture issues in there. So that was just that's why we were part of the reason why we were replacing the stoop. Also, there's damage, it's crumbling.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
All right. If there are no more questions for the applicant, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. So, commissioners, we kind of had this, and Kim, you did a great job, or Commissioner Parati did a great job summarizing the challenges. Is there anything anyone else wanted to add?
I think we should point out what they're doing really well, right? Bringing, restoring the stoop. So I think that that is good. We saw an application last month where, and we voted yes on it, where the lights were on top of the piers. Excuse me if that's not the right word. So I'm at peace with that. I think that that will work in the planters. I think, although, you know, it is the walkway. The walkway, just driving up and down that street is just, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, going to disrupt the rhythm. It is very simple. The houses are the statement piece. And so I think that there would be competition should we approve this. Also, I don't know how we could do that with our standards being what they are. Now, granted, there are pavers here, right? And we're told not to pave in grassy areas. But we also are really big in our neighborhoods on the pedestrian view, right? Connecting walkways to like sidewalks and things like that. So I would be open to that, but to be open to that and the ornate nature of the sheer grandeur of this walkway, I think would be unwise.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I agree with everything that you just said. I did notice Jennifer made a comment about bicycles and kids and, you know, stuff being right off of that sidewalk. And unfortunately, my child is not in that phase anymore, but I do remember the logistics of walking around all of these types of things. And so as much as it's not something that we're seeing on that street, I do kind of appreciate the concept that she is trying to get these things off of the pedestrian walkway for somebody that's trying to walk their dog. Or so I'm not opposed to it being a little bit wider and maybe a little bit deeper, but I do agree that the level of detail and design is way overstated for that area.
So are you saying though that you're okay with this particular width though?
I am not, no.
Okay,
But I do think that it's nice that she is creating kind of a landing location before the steps, you know, getting things off of that sidewalk, because that sidewalk's for everybody, not
Right.
just the people at her house. So no, I am not okay with the width. I think that the pictures that are provided in front of us right now seem beautiful and very appropriate. And maybe Kim was saying that the materials might not be, but you know, one column with some steps integrating to kind of retain a little bit to get that transition from the lower walkway up to, or the sidewalk up to the upper walkway, you know, that in itself looks appropriate, but the design that they're presenting to us is substantially bigger and it's, you know, it's over designed. It's not gonna blend in or have the same integrity that those pictures do. So I
Agreed.
I think.
Commissioner Parati, you were gonna.
I don't know that it's important. I was just curious. I didn't get what this new design did for the community. Like the sidewalk is where you walk your dog and your kids and all of that, and there's plenty of sidewalk room. So the other point was lost on me, and so I was looking for a clarification on that.
I was just thinking the amount of, with the kids and bikes and toys and all of that stuff, if they're dropping right in front, that having that little landing, like in the bottom picture on the right, you know, there's a little bit of an offset between kind of the steps and the walkway. It seemed like it would be beneficial for other people in the neighborhood. That's all I was trying to get at. Does that make sense?
Now it does.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioners Parati and Wojcik. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I just have one simple question. Are there any other brick sidewalks leading up to houses on that street? There are. I can't remember. I know
There are a couple that I saw. But unlike this one, they are kind of set up so they're not so in your face. It's really like I had to look twice to make sure that that's what I was seeing.
Yeah, I was
It,
just,
it in no way looks like this design.
yeah, I was just wondering if a simple concrete walkway aligned with the brick front stairs would make it less, it would make it fit in more with the neighborhood to me.
Can I add something?
Commissioner Goodwin?
This Carolina brick is extremely high quality brick. And there are walkways right up the street that are done in brick and concrete, just a lot simpler than this. And so, you know, this commissioner would be very much in favor of using brick over concrete, a vastly superior material. And I think that also putting some slope on the walkway, you would not need a retaining wall in the front. And of course, we have a standard that retaining walls must be true retaining walls. We really don't know that until we see, you know, an accurate drawing of this and what the actual elevation change is, but it appears that it would not be necessary. And then in that one example home where you did have the brick patio right off the sidewalk, and I believe that there was 1 step, 2 risers, perhaps it could be simplified to something like that with maybe you could have two short columns and just simplify the design. But that would be my take, and I think that the brick would be an appropriate material.
Before I go to Commissioner Parati, I do think we're saying the same things and we're in agreement, but I think we need to craft a motion. Maybe Commissioner Parati was going there, so Commissioner Parati.
Well, I can go there. One of the things that is in our design standards for fences and walls, in some areas, small retaining walls are used to define the edge of a front lawn from the adjoining sidewalk. So I think that we could make that work, like that's justified. I am not in agreement with Commissioner Goodwin on the red brick on top of it, again, because the other two, and they were, and most of these lots have concrete. There's a beautiful stone deal down the street, not far from there, but the house is also made of stone. And so this is not on the same level as the other two brick walkways. This would be more in your face, and I think that it would be a bit much, but I did have a question, and maybe one of our builders can answer this. How does it keep when you have brick on top of concrete? How is that maintained?
That's the superior way of doing it.
Mhm.
I mean, you could do brick on sand, but doing it on top of concrete is the superior way of doing it. And
It lasts longer and-
last. Oh, yes, makes
Okay.
it much stronger
Mhm.
and much less risk of settlement too.
Okay. I love how we learn new things every day. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin.
Commissioner Barr?
Can I say something?
Sure.
I think we've given the applicant lots of feedback and maybe veered into designing things for them. So I would just ask that we bring our attention back to the design that is proposed and maybe make a motion and keep going. if
Thank you,
would.
Christy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barr? Hopefully you weren't going in the realm of design.
Just to piggyback on what Commissioner Goodwin's saying and differing with Commissioner Parati respectfully, I think brick is more than acceptable here. It's a traditional material. It's easier to repair than concrete, should concrete crack. Again, you know, we're beating a dead horse here, but I think the design overall just needs to be reduced slightly so it's not so stately.
Okay. All right, I think we have something. We have a direction, a general direction and feedback that it sounds like we're all aligned on. Some differences, but perhaps we can float a motion to try to move forward and give the applicant some direction. Any takers? All right, Commissioner Barr?
I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. One, requesting that the applicant redesign the sidewalks connection, or excuse me, the private walkways connection to the public sidewalk being more understated and take into account the minimal grade change and provide minimal retaining and steps down to the sidewalk level.
And what standards can we, fences?
I would like to reference standards 8.2 for sidewalks and parking.
8.6 to 8.7. True.
And 8.6 and 8.7.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion on the motion?
I would welcome my colleagues to go and, or suggest that they go and look at this property if they haven't in person to see if they feel the same way.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. I did get a hold of the applicant for the previous case and told him to hop on, so let us just check and see if he's here with us.
Okay.
Okay, he's here. So if you're okay, we'll go back to agenda item number 4.
All right.
And I will hand this off to Jenny.
Oh,
Recusing herself from this particular case.
and I'll just repeat that just in case the court reporter didn't hear. Commissioner Walker is recusing from this case. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt.
Okay, we are back to 1141 Linganore. And where would you like us to pick up?
We need to swear in the applicant.
Oh, that's right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's do that. If anyone else is on the line and needs to be sworn in, please raise your hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Chris, do you have video that you can share with us?
Let's see. My video camera is not working here at the office, and I do not have my laptop with me today.
Okay.
All right. Attorney Hewitt, where should we start considering that we started hearing this? Should we start over from the beginning now that we have the applicant?
Well, Madam Chair, I believe that there was a summary of the application. We can certainly ask the applicant if he would like to hear a previous summary of that, but I believe that at the stage we were at, the commission had moved the case off of the consent agenda, and it would have been on the applicant to present any or answer any questions. So I would suggest just doing a very brief summary and then allowing the applicant to respond.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So yeah, Jenny, if you could start us off with a summary and then the applicant could present the case,
Okay.
and we can go from there.
As previously stated, this project, try this again, this house has been before the commission in 2022. A new garage, pool house, carport, and an addition were approved in July 13 of 2022, as well as moving the driveway over to the left side of the house. This case before you today is due to changes being made on the construction site. This is considered an after-the-fact case, meaning that you should review it as if it's coming new to you. And things that staff cannot approve are grade changes and the boulders that were put in on the left side. We can work with the applicant on the proposed brick retaining wall and stairs. We also asked for an expanded tree protection because in the previous site plan, the tree was cited incorrectly. The new plan does have it cited correctly. So that was also put in there. If you'd like to see any of the other slides again, I'd be happy to go through those.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
But the applicant we can turn it over to the applicant as well.
Yes. So Chris, if there's a particular slide you'd like to start with, please let me know.
Yes, thank you. So the slide that we're on here, I think is the appropriate place to start, the approved site plan versus the proposed site plan. I think that we have, in discussions with staff, they've heard my concerns on the question around grade. I don't know how large the screen is there, but I'd like to draw everyone's attention to some of the topography lines on here, which there's two main markers on the approved plan, and then to compare those to the what's labeled as a change, but this 100, the one labeled 100, and the approved plan shows the grading cutting into the hill, cutting back and going across just above where the permeable center is. As you can see on the proposed plan, we took on the expense after being notified that there was concerns about the grade to have the project resurveyed at the current state. And as you can see, the 99 foot plan, 99 is indicated, a couple feet downhill from where that 100 crosses. I think what the contractor pointed out to staff and reminded me is that this is a rough grade in. What we're going to do is going back, and because we made this center section permeable, is going back with additional fill, as then a permeable paver over the top in that center section, and then a concrete outer edge. So actually, the contractor pointed out that we really need to grade down another along the, and you can see the same thing happens up at the 105 section, close to where the steps are now. We're at 104.25 at roughly that same point. So less than so about 9 inches lower. Because the fill and the then the concrete over the top, as well as the or in the center, the permeable pavers, it's a total of 12 foot being built back. We actually need to grade down another couple, about 3 inches, to be consistent with the approved site plan. So I struggle in the middle of a construction zone to given the amount of grading work involved, to be within 3 inches, I think is more than reasonable, and at least in my opinion. But we certainly are happy to take the additional fill out if needed to, tie this out to the, to the edge. So I guess it's a semantics view on our standpoint if there's a change in grading, but we think it's right in line with the grading that was already approved. On the boulders, the original plan is listed as natural area. I guess we'll raise our hand and plead guilty, and that we assume that putting in boulders then with the idea that ivy growing over them qualified as a natural area, but I admit that maybe took that interpretation of natural area beyond what either our neighbors or staff would have considered a natural area. Obviously, we thought the addition of the boulders to help retain the dirt, prevent erosion around the tree roots that existed there would be the appropriate step. But to the extent that removing those boulders that have been placed there and not planting ivy over the top to cover them would keep us consistent with the approved plan. I guess that's an option, although we don't view how that'd be ideal for either ourselves or for the neighborhood. In discussion with the staff on these two issues, we did request the addition of the steps and the retaining wall. This obviously is, if we can look at the current plan looking up the driveway, I think that's slide 8. I'm sorry, maybe it's, no, this does have it right there. So this is built again according to the COA. Obviously, it's resulting in erosion. We would like to go back and, as opposed to rolling over and planting grass on it, given the steepness of it, it made more sense to put a retaining wall and then a stairs. This is consistent with the street. There are over 6 properties with a retaining wall and stairs leading from the drive to the front door. I think the most suitable example of this on that right there, 11. This is 1144. We're 1141, so this is catty corner. My facing to the left catty corner to my house. So they have a similar grade challenge that we do. They have a brick retaining wall going along the side of the house as well as stairs. They're actually a bit closer to the street than we're proposing, and therefore, there's precedence. There's other examples on the street that don't have as many stairs, but nonetheless, retaining wall plus stairs. And again, notice on the left-hand side, they also have a rolled over area with English ivy planted on it. Whether or not they have boulders under there, I think it's unknown, but clearly our intent is to have it so you don't see the boulders once the ivy's planted and grows in. I think again our request is consistent with an adjacent example on the street, and would have been consistent with what would have originally been done had the driveway been placed on the left-hand side of the house, when new. That's it for my comments, but happy to address any questions.
Christy, do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against this application?
No callers.
All right. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
We do have a speaker.
Oh, we do have a speaker
No.
in the room.
That's Jenny.
Sorry, what's that? Oh, sorry, Jenny.
Yeah.
Yes,
Jenny.
we do have a speaker in the room.
Okay.
If you all would like
Yes.
her to come forward. If you'll sit
Hello,
at the
my name
table.
is Jill Walker.
I'm sorry, if you'll sit at the table.
Over there?
Yes, with the microphone. And I'll have you state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Jill Walker, and I live across the street at 1140 Linganore Place. I'm here to speak on this after the fact.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, Ms. Walker, have you been sworn in to speak as a
I-
witness?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And then the other thing that I wanted, just for the record to be clear, Ms. Walker is speaking on this application in her capacity as a neighbor, not as a commissioner.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt.
Okay. So I am here to speak on this after-the-fact application for the following items: changing a new driveway that was supposed to follow the contour of the front yard and now cuts about 5 feet deep all along the left side of the property. I think there is, in the original application, colored photos that show the driveway following the contour of the land, and that was what was presented to these commissioners. If you could find that. It would be in the July approved application, I believe. There were a lot of colored mock-ups that were presented to the commission to show how everything would look.
The past application's not included in this, the COA is included there.
So I'm unfortunately not able to
The
make that.
issue is the COA was not followed, so that's what was included. We can certainly try to pull up the past application, but the project was reaffirmed last June and it's not on our website right now because of all the website issues the city's having.
Well,
Okay.
to keep it short and save everyone time, in those mock-ups, the commissioners might recall the driveway that was shown on the left side followed the contour of the land. It did not cut at all into the land. I'm just saying that there is a clear discrepancy between what you were presented and what in fact is there now. And the second part is, beginning at the sidewalk, there are large boulders now line the whole left side of this driveway cutout. I've spoken before in opposition to this project that received approval to move forward in July of 2022. For context purposes, I'd like to briefly revisit the original application. I had reviewed all the original plans and spoke then about a number of issues that I didn't feel were in accordance with the Historic District design standards. Those included pool house and two-car garage. These are both completely visible from the street, as seen in the photo. And the colored mock-ups provided to the commissioners in this original application do not show that these buildings are visible from the street. These buildings are not, per our guidelines, quote, compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building. And for reference, I would hope you could show a photo that was in the supplement that shows those buildings and shows that they do not follow in compatibility of style and character the primary historic building as our guidelines require. And per guideline 8.10 number 2, outbuildings should not be located inside yards. Additionally, per number 6 of this chapter, the garage windows are not authentically separated, nor do they appear to be. Another opposition was the driveway. Per standard 8.2 number 3, retain existing historic driveways. This clearly did not happen. Number 3, additions. The front left, if you can show A11, is that possible? Yeah, there you go. This two-story addition is not minimally visible from the street as required by standard 6.20 number 1. It is completely visible. The front right, the context, massing, and complexity of form. This is A12.
So
Ms. Walker, are the comments that you have regarding The
I'm
application
almost there.
today?
I'm almost there,
Okay.
okay? In fact, I won't even, I'll bypass all that. With all that said, my opposition to this after-the-fact application is as follows. Boulders are clearly incongruous with the historic district per guideline 8.4, number 6, and number 9. Additionally, this driveway cutout bears no resemblance to what this commission approved last year. Lastly, the tree protection plan that has been requested since March of 2021 has still not been provided and is probably irrelevant at this point, given the damage that has been done to this tree. The applicant has provided an after-the-fact fertilization plan from Heartwood Trees. It is not a tree protection plan, and I doubt Heartwood would have approved all the severe root destruction that will surely put an end to this beautiful tree. For reference, guideline 8.5, number 4, and number 5. I just fear that we're setting numerous bad precedents with this entire project that represent black and white violations of the historic district guidelines that the commission is obligated to uphold, and I believe this application should be denied. Thank you.
Staff has one correction to that statement. A2 on the COA is a tree protection plan showing all the trees present, trees to remain, trees to be added. There's a letter from Heartwood talking about tree protection, and it's talking about the root zone. So that is in the COA. And the issue, as Jenny pointed out earlier, is that the location of the tree on the site plan was not accurate. And that, so the tree protection plan that was provided, while followed, was not, since the location of the tree was not accurate, the tree protection plan was not sufficient. So that aligns with what Jenny is requesting for additional tree standards for this tree in question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Okay, commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I would like to hear the rebuttal to that.
Okay.
Well, sure. I guess I'm happy to provide a rebuttal. I think that a lot of that was rehashing general complaints that we heard previously about the project. We worked with the commission. We came forward with 3 different meetings. We made substantial renovation or changes to the overall scope of the project over that time in 2021 and presented a project that received the commission's approval. So rehashing, objections from then, I think is not necessarily in the spirit of, in that it doesn't particularly address this particular issue. I really, I guess, recoil mostly at the grading comment, and that I think I walked the commission through here the clear adherence to the grading plan as approved on the COA, and willfully admit that the boulders were not included, and that's definitionally, I guess, our view was that would have been considered part of the natural area as approved, and I guess after the fact would like the commission to agree then that the boulders would be a suitable, covered in ivy, of course, not leaving them exposed, would be a suitable remedy for the grade there. But beyond that, I don't think that pointing out that you can see the structure when the new garden wall that's being rebuilt, and I guess I should point out to the commissioner, the commissioners that we discovered actually that the original wall connected higher on the house, and we are rebuilding it back to the original standard, which had been revised during previous edition that was removed. So we're spending a considerable amount of money to bring this back to the what would have been original 1936, and to say that you can see, the garage that we were told couldn't see when, we clearly showed the sight lines over the garden wall is a bit disingenuous. So again, we're comparing it to the COA. I would state that we're following the COA precisely or within inches, and we'll do our best to land on the inch if at all possible. Although I assume you could appreciate the construction is, that's not my expertise, but I know our contractor is committed to trying to follow it exactly. and would like approval on these other items, as I think it increases the overall aesthetics and keeping in line with the rest of the street.
Thank you, Mr. Geltrup. Just a question, the use of the boulders, I heard you mention that wasn't part of the original COA. Do you have any precedents for use of boulders in your immediate context? And the next part of my question is, would you all be open to use of a retaining wall, since that is referenced in our standards?
So I don't have explicit use. I can only speculate that there could be boulders underneath ivy and many different parts of the neighborhood. Again, going to if we can go back to slide 11, and again, this is the project adjacent to the speaker who just spoke against our project. This would be their next door neighbor. That the severity of the grade on the left-hand side, and also noticing a tree very close, similar to what the condition that we have, a large oak tree very close to the slope. Our view and the landscaper had the view that the boulders would be best suited here to stabilize the soil before planting ivy over. I have a feeling, as my neighbor had withheld calling in an objection on this and seeing the completed project with grown ivy, they may have a different view, but I can only speculate on that, and she certainly can disagree with that, I suppose. But again, my view is that the boulders are not meant to be any sort of architectural feature in themselves. They're meant purely for ground stabilization, and as opposed to a retaining wall, and that seemed to be the most directly comparable example to the grading conditions the neighbor had that we also have. As whether or not there are other examples of boulders without ivy over them, I have not done that research, but I would also be open to a retaining wall if that's what the commission feels is appropriate. But again, I'll stress if we can go back to one, I think it's slide 9. If we go down a little bit there and see that's the planting plan on the left-hand side, then the non-planted plan on the right-hand side. So showing we're requesting as part of the COA to actually plant the ivy, so that we would be beholden to that design feature.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Parati?
I have a couple of questions. Okay, I'm looking at slide number 6 that shows what the original plan was versus the changes. And so the width of the original driveway was 10 feet. What's the width of the driveway now?
The driveway has not been poured, so we would maintain it at 10 feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Remind us, why did you decide not to use the stairs, include that in or maybe you did, it's been a while, but did you include the stairs from the new driveway in your old proposal?
No, it was never contemplated that it would connect to the stairs. I would say that maybe an absence of imagination and seeing the walking up the drive and then also standing at the front door and looking toward the drive, it felt natural and it felt consistent with what existed on the street. But
sure,
but there was no particular reason at that point not to have included the stairs.
So correct me if I'm wrong, now you'll have this set of stairs, of course, that go from the driveway, the new driveway, up to the house, and then you'll have the old set of stairs, 2 sets that go from the right side of the house up to the old driveway up to the house. Is that correct?
Correct. There is not a request to remove the stairs on the right-hand side, as that would be a pedestrian path.
Sure.
And I guess I don't have the record in front of me, but there was discussion in the previous meeting whether or not it was appropriate to keep the using the existing drive from the public sidewalk to that rear gate, narrowing the width, but keeping it as a public path would be in the best interest. I think that the commission comments, if I remember correctly, said that having some sort of hardscaping there did speak to the historical nature of what was originally there and was therefore appropriate.
That sounds right. Is there any other configuration like this in your immediate surroundings?
My neighbor who just spoke in opposition, if we can go look at I guess maybe 8, page 8 might show, 7 then has there. So where the white pickup truck is directly across the street, also has a retaining wall, and then stairs attaching to the driveway at a similar entry point that we would have. So, but there are multiple. I mean, Linganore has a lot of elevation changes, so there's, I believe, 6 total properties that have retaining walls in combination with stairs attaching to a front path leading to the door, then to the drive.
And that house, does it have stairs on the right and left?
No, this would be the only. I can't say that definitively, but neither that house across the street nor the one I referenced as the best example have stairs on the right or left.
Mm-hmm.
There is actually, I'm trying to remember the address. There is, if you see the house that's white on that picture, the one to the right of that, which you can't see, I don't know if there would be any images here, but they do have, I believe it's a circular, not drive, but a circular path where there's 2 connection points to the street leading to the front steps that go into the house. I don't know if there's an aerial view that would demonstrate that or not.
Okay. I think that it doesn't make sense for us to go back and talk about issues that we had with your original application, like that ship has sailed. We already made a statement on that. So looking at what you are asking for is what I'm trying to do. And so just to confirm, it is the change of grade, removing the boulders, right? Because there's no precedent for it, and you yourself have agreed to that. And then working with staff on the brick retaining wall, stairs, and walkway. Are you asking for anything else, anything that we're missing?
No, again, the change of grade, I would more say reaffirming the grade, but the applicant is attempting to recreate the grade as depicted in the approved COA on a good faith basis. Again, I'm nervous about being already receiving a complaint here that we're literally talking inches, and it's a challenge to be able to promise something within inches, I guess is my point. So I would appreciate some language, good faith effort to maintain the grade as depicted in the approved COA. My preference, my ask for the commission would be to maintain the boulders and be beholden to a planning plan so that they're covered. But and encourage the commission to debate that. And if the commission feels that working with staff to create a retaining wall on the left-hand side as well is in the best interest, then we would be okay with that.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I can see the need for the additional cut and the steps because, if you look at the topo lines in the original drawing on page 6, those original topo lines, those represent, I believe, 1 foot increments. And so in the first 10 to 15 feet, you have a 5-foot ascent. And so that's very, very steep for a driveway. And so what they've done is they're trying to ease that slope and make it more gentle and gradual, and I can see that. So therefore I can see the need for a retaining wall, and I can see a need for the steps on the right side. On slide number 8, I think that's a really good visual of what could be done without the boulders, and I agree with the speaker. This is a non-traditional. I don't believe that this is appropriate for the context, these boulders. Even though the goal is to cover them with ivy, and let's see, no, it's not that picture. It must be the next one, Christy. It shows the retaining wall on one side and ivy on the left side of the driveway. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, slide 11.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that one. And so would like to ask the applicant if can you replicate that sort of look without the boulders on the left side?
I believe we could replicate that look. I mean, the idea on the boulders was primarily just to keep erosion. Well, we did not expect to. Everything in our mind would have been done months ago if we hadn't been, flagged back in January for this. But the idea on the boulders was to stabilize that soil, not prevent erosion. And particularly the tree that you can see, if we go back, we have a similar tree to this. Go back to there, you can see it there. Just stabilize the soil around the tree roots in particular. I certainly think we can recreate the look without the boulders. It's just a matter of, how quickly can the ivy grow and therefore prevent erosion.
Yeah, and there are certainly anti-erosion mats that are available to help stabilize the soil during construction. And then you could put plantings in, and not have it erode away and not also damage those tree roots as well. I mean, because if you look right there at the very front, facing the sidewalk, that's a fairly steep grassy slope. And I don't think that your slope would be in excess of that.
We are certainly open to that solution.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. So, commissioners?
As I said before, the application was approved. There are 3 things that we have to look at. I agree with you, Commissioner Goodwin. It makes sense for the stairs to be there. I'm curious about why we didn't do that before. I feel like there's a missing piece of the puzzle somewhere. And that's why I asked the questions about the other steps, because I'm sure that this came up, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. This is where we are now, and it makes sense to add the stairs. I'm not in agreement with the boulders and the change of grade for driveway. People start building or digging and they find out things that they didn't know before. So I'm in agreement with that too. I think, however, they can maintain that area where they want to put the boulders in a way that is in keeping with what we've done in the past. I'm all on board for that, but the boulders is something that's new, and I don't really feel comfortable with that.
All right, any commissioners have anything to add to that? I think you did, Commissioner Parati did a great job of pointing out what the 3 things are that we're focusing on for this application, what those changes are. Anything else to add? Commissioner Wojcik?
So I have a question. In that list, I heard grade, stairs and boulders. When we're talking about grade, does that mean the approval or non-approval of a retaining wall? Or is it the grade change specifically? I guess I'm having a hard time understanding. It appears to me in the previously approved drawings, that there was going to be a grade change, but just not a retaining wall. So now there's a retaining wall that's online, but to me, the grade that was presented previously was an excavation of land, just no retaining wall to hold back the soil on either side. So I might be reading it differently. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't think there's a grade change. I think there's a retaining wall change.
Commissioner, I saw you pointing, so Commissioner Parati and then Commissioner Goodwin.
Slide 6. Take it away, Commissioner
Go ahead,
Goodwin.
go ahead. Yeah, slide,
Yeah.
I'm looking at slide 7. I think either one you could look at, and the topo lines are unaltered by the new driveway, so which means that they were not cutting in that original plan. And if you look at the revised plan, then they are cutting where the topo lines. There's
they
another
were
drawing
cutting.
that shows the topo lines shifted
Yeah.
for the cut.
Oh, I got you. I understand now. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Parati.
I don't understand why that changed. Like, what did you just say? Will you explain it again?
Yeah, I think that in the original, the topo lines, in the proposed, they're showing the topo lines being shifted. That's on drawing 6 on the left side. That is the proposed, is that correct?
That's it.
That was what
That was
was
the original.
agreed. Yeah, that was.
Well, I'm kind of confused now.
Yeah, exactly.
Because now the topo lines are showing, I think that doesn't seem right. It seems backwards on the topo lines.
Right, okay.
So just overarching clarity, on the left that Jenny's showing right now, that's what the commission approved with the drawing, with the driveway, with the tree location, see way up at the top near right there. The right is what's being built and what the applicant is asking to keep.
And just to clarify, is it that what we approved was a retaining wall missing?
There was no retaining, so there was no retaining
Right.
wall
Okay.
noted. There's no retaining wall, there are no
Mhm.
steps, nothing is noted here. It is simply a driveway. So with the grade changing, if you go to slide 7, that's fine. But clearly there's going to be a retaining wall needed.
Right.
And there's clearly impacts to a tree. Jenny, go down to right there, to this tree that was not located properly on the original approved plans. So given the culmination of these impacts and the boulders, it is here.
The way that it looks, they were gonna slope the property and grade it on an angle, not put in a retaining wall
Yeah, it
for the
appears-
original proposal.
Yeah, it appears that way. I did not catch that, and I apologize. But then if you look at the if you look at the proposed, those topo lines are shown straight across, and they should be shifted as on the original application.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor?
Just for clarification, it's a little confusing, but on the original, if you follow the 105, it's laid back. The topo line 105, it's laid back, whatever that is, 10 or 15 feet up. If you look at the proposed, the spot elevation on the driveway, 105.5, is another 10 or 15 feet back up in the property. So they're cutting or laying back that 105 line is the most distinctive one, which is requiring that more severe grade change and retaining wall. So it was changing the original, just not as drastically in the proposed. It's just that 105 lines moved another, however many feet that is.
How does
Parati.
how does that happen? I mean, how did we go from what was proposed to that? How does that happen?
It can happen, I may be speaking out of turn, it can happen, you said it earlier, things happen. I mean, how did the tree get located in the wrong spot on the survey? Hard to say. Is this completely accurate to the applicant's point? It could change a couple inches. The pictures that we're looking at of the boulders is clearly just a rough grade and not what it would look like when it's done. Now, is it lower or higher? It's hard to hard to say exactly without all information. So here's the best guess, and that the 105 is that much further back. Can the boulders go away and be retained with a silt fabric that you can plant through? For sure. You know, that happens look at all the severe slopes throughout Charlotte that are that way. I mean, that's no question.
Staff wants to. Go ahead.
If you would like, the applicant has his hand up. If you'd like to open it up to ask him any questions.
Okay, do we have a question for the applicant, or the applicant wants to speak?
to how it changed. I
Okay.
would like to hear that.
All right, let's reopen. Chris, if you could share with us.
Thank you. So the proposed here, I guess the comment about not showing the grade, it's fair. These are spot elevations taken after the grade is cut. So this is, as of today, spot elevations of the driveway. I think the best one to look at is that again, going back to that 105. If you can see where 105 crosses the drive, a little bit there, exactly right, that on the top of the hand right there, and look across that, it's 104.25 today. This is not, these spot elevations are to the rough grade, not to the finished drive. Again, there will be 12 inches of 6 inches of fill and 6 inches of, or maybe I'm not a contractor. It's a total of 12 inches between the fill and the concrete outer edge and the permeable paver inner strip there. And therefore, if we add 12 inches on top of where these spot grades show on the right-hand side, we would be at 105.25. So it is graded, I guess, to what the left-hand side is. Those topo lines aren't shown anymore because I can't speak to why the architect didn't include them, but it was more to show the detail of the boulders and the retaining wall. So I don't know if that's helpful, but these spot lines are to show that it's rough graded in line with where the finished drive would be, crossing the approved topo lines on the left-hand side of the approved plan.
I don't know about for anyone else, but I don't believe I'm clear on it as to why they're different, but yes, go ahead.
I think the important thing to reflect upon here, there's a difference in how the driveway slope is graphically represented. What they're showing is the existing slope with spot elevations. The spot elevations are to the rough grading. They'll be coming up. And the intent, I believe, if I'm understanding this correctly from the applicant, is that the grade will match the proposed. The only difference here is that we're adding a retaining wall and there's some boulders and steps.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Any question, while we have it open, any questions for the applicant before we close? Okay, let's reclose. Jenny, were you gonna? All right. Okay, commissioners, any other comments?
I have 2 cents. It's unfortunate that the tree was not located properly. If we had confirmed that, things may be different. There's no other way to save that tree. It still may be damaged. It may not be healthy provided the work given. So that is unfortunate. Retaining wall is the best way to do that. They can't slope this grade out and cut into those roots any further in order to be more in keeping with the proposed, the previously proposed application. So I think a retaining wall here is severely justified. And as with some of the other commissioners, I agree with removing the boulders. Ivy can withstand that slope. The retaining wall here is acceptable. The stairs to me could come or go. There's an example at 1124 Linganore where there are 2 points of entry to the front door. And they've provided ample evidence of examples such as this around their context.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioners, any responses or additions to what Commissioner Barth just shared? Do we have a motion? Just to recap, it sounds like we are on the same page about the boulders. We don't have precedence for that, and we are more in line with retaining walls. So the proposed retaining wall on the right-hand side of the left driveway and a retaining wall along the left-hand side of the driveway instead of boulders. And then we're in no.
No retaining wall on the left-hand side, just natural grade and using plantings and landscape materials.
Okay. Okay,
Can I
thank you.
add something on that? I'm thinking
Sure.
maybe we should allow them the ability to do a short retaining wall on that left side. Maybe that would be a judgment call based on the existing, but if you look at that slide 11, the one that has the Ivy Hill, you'll see that there is a curb there, which would make for a better situation. So it could be kind of a judgment call in the field, and so we don't have to address it again. That would be my suggestion.
Maybe we could have them work with staff on the best way. If you all are in agreement, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Christy, do I just state it? I don't have to write it down anymore, right?
I mean, we'd love it if you write it down, but you can state it.
Okay. I'd like to approve these changes as they are not incongruous with the district and meet standards for both materials, sidewalks, and parking, 8.2 and 8.3, and fences and walls, 8.6 and 8.8. With the exception of the boulders, I'd like for the applicant to work with staff on the best way to deal with that great change, be it a retaining wall or ivy or something other than boulders that is in keeping with the context of the neighborhood. And we also want to expand upon the tree protection plan that was submitted to include the locations of the trees that are being protected, all of the trees. And I think that's it.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
A second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I make an amendment for the tree? It's the Cryptomeria. Would request that the applicants work with staff in utilizing their arborist to find a way to mitigate the already or the potential damage that has been done to the root structure to the tree, and work on a plan for the health of that tree. And should the tree fail in the next, X amount of time, a replanting plan be submitted.
What's the X amount of time?
Solve for X, please.
I don't know. What's the protocol for
Uh,
damaged trees? A year?
Well, it's gonna take a couple years to know if it's declining.
Next 5 years?
5 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Now
Would
that
would request that the applicants, if the tree dies in the next 5 years, to work with staff on a replanting plan that's acceptable.
And that's coding trees 8.5.
8.5 trees, yes. Thank you.
All right, do you accept that amendment, Commissioner Parati?
I do. It was a good one.
And Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Oh, she's not, I'm sorry, she's recused. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
All right. Next application, or
Can I
would
get a
you like?
request for,
We need a break.
Okay. What time is it? What time do you want to come back? 3:45?
sure.
Okay. We will return at 3:45 with application number 6, 1921 Charlotte Drive. Here's my Okay, we're back. Thanks for hanging in there with us during the break. If we could have quiet in the room, please. We are resuming with application number 6. Please, everybody, we've started. Thank you. Application number 6, 1921 Charlotte Drive. And I believe the applicant is present in the room. Stephen, come on up. And you've been sworn in, right? Great. We also have a number of, let me make this go away. We also have a number of neighboring property owners that would like to speak on this project, and there's information in the agenda supplement about this project. So, is everyone who's wishing to speak, has everyone been sworn in? Okay. Candace, are there any callers online? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, callers. I have Denise Walsh, Kay, Russell, and Ellen. If you would please be sworn in at this time.
All right. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Okay. Again, this next application is 1921 Charlotte Drive. Before we get started, there has been some question about, the zoning and the transition to the UDO and if this project can move forward. And I want to head off any questions before we even start that yes, this is grandfathered in under the old PED zoning. So there is no question that the commission is reviewing something that can't be built. The project can be built and the commission is to do the review as normal. So with that, I'm just going to turn it straight over to you. Okay. If you would turn on the mic, speak loud and clear into the mic, and state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
I'm Stephen Overcash. I'm with ODA Architecture. Our address is 2010 South Tryon Street. This project is sort of an anomaly. It's a weird thing. We were not involved with the 1992 halfway house into the design. We were not involved with the when it was converted fairly recently to a hotel. In my opinion, it's an ugly duckling. We have nothing we can do much about that. There wasn't a commission, I guess, in 1992. We never would have designed it this way in the first place. We were asked to expand the hotel. And then we're at a crossroads. Should we just ignore what was done and go off and make it feel like its own thing? There's precedence for that. I relied on the interior standards to help us make that decision. I would have loved to have kind of gone in another direction, but it says each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, when it's built, blah, blah, blah. You shouldn't go and start adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings. New additions, exterior alterations, should not destroy the fabric. We know all that. But it basically says, don't just turn your back and go off and do your own thing. We think we've done the right thing by it is in the rear of the property. We're not changing the orientation. We debated forever, should we go on with the same materials that are not very historic, that have been approved by the board when it was converted to a hotel. All the materials and the colors have been converted. We did decide to stick with the palette. We felt that was best. But in reality, it says, look at all the, it says a 360 view, but we did 180 because the back is nothing but a row of shrubs in Kenilworth and 3-story apartments that are not in the district. So I guess when we were directed to do a 360 view, it's really a 180 view. You really can't see it very well except when you come in on Ideal Way. And what we've done there is we've tried to create a a welcoming spirit to the historic district, which you'll see in some renderings with a little porch. We're going to put some carriage lamps on it. We're actually going to plant an additional dogwood right at the entrance, just to have some a nice warm feeling of entry. Right now, when you come in on that entrance, you're looking at the back of the hotel. There are some big trees there, but it's a blank wall, and there's some condenser units out there. So we feel like the end of a hotel that has a friendly aspect will be helpful. In terms of the mast, it is 2-story. We have broken the mast down into a 3-part. So there's 3 parts. Each section is about a 1 to 1.5 proportion, very similar proportions in massing as all the houses up and down Charlotte Drive in an ideal way. We've walked around the community a lot. The height is very similar, right in the middle. A lot of the houses there are 33 feet. Some of them are 18. We're at 26 to the ridge, so we're absolutely right in the middle of the height. We feel like the scale fits in nicely. You really don't see it. We're using hip roofs. That's the one I was talking about. And we have some renderings later that show that side elevation when you kind of come into the neighborhood. I'm just going through the list. The directional expression, it's horizontal. All the houses there have a horizontal directional expression. There is one thing we could do better on: foundations. All the houses in the neighborhood, when it's not brick, when it's brick, it goes right into the ground. When there's a lighter material like a siding, there's usually a brick base. We failed to show that, but that is something we certainly need to do. Roof form and materials. The materials are very identical to all the houses. The roof forms are all hip. We do have one little flat roof area that you really only see from the existing hotel. We put a parapet, and that screen's mechanical. We got all the mechanical off the ground, and it'll be hidden on that little bit of a flat roof. Cornices and trim. We're doing some nice cornices, frieze boards. Everywhere the proportions are very similar, even on the little porch. They're nice and deep. They feel in congruence with the neighborhood. Doors and windows. We're doing a 6-panel wood painted doors. All the windows we debated, should we do some grills or not? And we've just decided to keep very nice vertical proportions with them. There is some trim on where they're on the board and batten. We probably need to do a little bit better job around the windows that are in the brick walls after I study the details later. Down to materials. Obviously, the materials are found in the neighborhood. It's brick, it's cementitious. Once again, we struggled. Should we just not mimic, but be very compatible with the existing? And we decided to. It tells you in the guidelines to keep the if you do an addition, keep the orientation the same. Put it in the back. We've done that. We've addressed the street. The one side that does face a street, we've addressed that nicely with a nice inviting porch and some nice carriage lights. Last thing, we do appreciate all the neighbors. We got a lot of comments that were sent about this project, and it really helped us with some of the revisions we made. There's always the idea of trees. We'll just throw it out there. There's 3 big trees that we are asking to remove. 2 of them are right where the addition. The other one is where we are expanding the parking lot. They are willow oaks. They're the 2 that are right there off of Ideal Way are probably toward the end of their lifespan. There's been some shearing off when you look up there. The thing about willow oaks is they have very shallow, they're good street trees, but they have very shallow roots and they grow out. That's why you drive all over Myers Park and Dilworth and there's those bumps in the asphalt. It's because the roots are so shallow. Another reason you find them that they fall down a lot, during storms. So we feel like they're at the end of their life. The good news is back in '92, I guess it was 92. There were 9 street trees planted, all willow oaks, marching soldiers, 25 feet on center. They look wonderful. We're going to supplement that with 8 additional dogwoods, which we think will be nice and flowering. We're putting one at the entrance to the Ideal Way. The other ones are to screen the parking. You'll never see the addition from this direction, especially once we get the trees in. And if you're doing your 180 view, we have apartments on the, I can't remember which side it is, right there, the blue apartments. The whole backyard is asphalt. It's just a big parking lot. There's a cute little house right across Ideal Way, but it's the side of the house. It's not the front. That's our neighbor. And then I guess across the street, you'll never see the addition from directly across Charlotte Drive, which is that nice house up there. And that's the other cute little house. So we feel like with the trees, I've really gone all over the neighborhood. I think we have more mature oaks than any other lot in Dilworth. We've got 9 mature oaks that for a lot, and that's huge. So we are losing a few, but the other ones will grow and do better. They're all about 16 to 18 inches diameter. There's already maturity on them. And then we feel like the 8 additional trees, and they're going to be minimum 3-inch caliper, will help replacing the trees that are elderly and probably at the end of their lifespan. So that's my presentation. And we are adding additional rooms, but we feel like the massing, the renderings, we'll just go through them quickly. There's the little side entrance with the porch and the cornice. You see another shot. As you come into the neighborhood, that's now your view. It doesn't show the sconces, but we've got some cute little carriage lamps that we're going to apply. Nobody really see that view unless you're staying at the hotel, but there's going to be a great little courtyard back in there. And if you'll scroll up, scroll the other way, then you can sort of see the other views. You will get a glimpse of it beyond from Charlotte Drive, and but it'll just be the end. There'll be the thin end of the hotel addition. So at the end of the day, we're open for ideas. We feel like the best thing to do was not to ignore the ugly duckling, but to add on to it and do something that with better proportions. And we think the way we've broken it into 3 pieces, and it's just a quiet little, very, very subtle hotel behind the original. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have many speakers. We'll try and go in the order that's the supplement. So I believe we'll start with Ellen Citarella with the Dilworth Community Association. Ellen, are you there?
Am I unmuted?
Yes. Are
Yes.
you, by any chance, can we see you on video?
Let me get my glasses off the top of my head. Let's see. Oh, there I am.
Hello. If you would
Hi.
state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, I am Ellen Citarella, and I live at 322 East Kingston Avenue. Now, Chrissy, I can read what is right in front of us, or I can give a summary. Either way, I think everyone can read this.
Right.
But
Why don't you give a summary of your comments?
yeah,
and then
yeah, just every
questions.
time is precious in these meetings. I know, I watch them all the time. So I am speaking on behalf of the Dilworth Community Association Board today, where I serve as the land use chair for the land use committee. And we have looked at this. We've had a couple meetings on it, and we've presented to the board on it. And after studying this application, we find significant issues with the context, massing, and scale of the project in terms of the HDC design standards. Those concerns are described in a memo, which you have up in front of you. And they were attached to the agenda supplement. And I forgot to say good afternoon to everyone. I don't think I said that properly, so sorry about that. Let me interrupt myself for a second. This parcel, and you probably know, is surrounded by residential on 3 sides, which includes across Kenilworth. That is multifamily over there. And most of the surrounding parcels have properties which are hosting bungalows and American small houses. So this is a very residential area with very typical houses for the Dilworth neighborhood. That's on 3 sides, and then to the north, there are 3 commercial buildings which are less than 50 years old, which wouldn't be considered for context in any case. It is unusual for us, for the DCA to come and speak against an application. However, we find this proposed project to be counter to our objective to preserve the historic designation of Dilworth. Consequently, we urge you to deny this application in its current form. And I'm happy, everybody who knows me knows I'll talk a lot, but I think that is the gist of what you're looking at in front of you. And I'll just say one more time, we believe that in this current form, this project does not meet the design standards. Thank you for your time today.
Would you like to allow the applicant to respond to each individual speaker, or should we have all speakers and then a response? What is your preference, Madam Chair?
I think because there are so many potential speakers, if the applicant could,
Take some notes during each?
yeah,
Okay.
that would be great.
Okay.
You could take some notes and then respond accordingly. So
Okay.
yeah, let's keep going.
Great. Let's see. Michael Baker, I don't believe Michael is with us today. And then we have Matt Knox has submitted comments. I don't think Matt's here either. Denise Walsh has submitted comments, and I do believe Denise is with us. Denise, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
And you were just sworn in, right?
I was.
Okay, Denise, if you could turn on your camera by any chance.
We'll see if this will work. I apologize. I have been working all day, so let's see. Can you guys see me?
No.
I'm not used to WebEx. Can I proceed without?
Yes, go ahead. If you would
Okay,
state
sorry.
if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. It's Denise Walsh, and it's 1225 Ideal Way.
Okay. And we have your comments pulled up on the screen, but if you would like to make any additional comments or ask questions of the applicant, now's your time to do so.
Sure. So I'm a property owner, obviously. I'm directly across the street, so I was one of the cute little houses that was shown in the in the presentation. I'm actually in the process of renovating that cute little house with plans that were approved by this commission in November of 2021. But I want to say I just strongly oppose this project for multiple reasons. Obviously, the existing structure is already incongruous with the surrounding structures, which are mostly single-family homes that are considered contributing structures to the historic district. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure how this got converted from the Hope House to Sobriety House for Hope Haven to a small Airbnb. That kind of just came out of nowhere for all of us. But really, just if this is approved, it's doubling the capacity of a hotel that already it doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. And it's, you know, this is a residential neighborhood full of single family homes, mostly. The overall footprint, I mean, this is basically a large rectangular box, and then we're just going to double the size. It's literally consumes the massing. It consumes the entire property, essentially. The proposal does not align with the permeable, non-permeable ratios that are imposed on us, the surrounding properties that are contributing structures. I have concerns about the impact to the tree canopy, which really needs to be preserved in this neighborhood. Other issues, which I understand may not be of concern to the HDC, but are certainly a concern to all of us neighbors, and that's just with the density, parking, safety concerns. I mean, there's already not enough parking. They've already expanded their parking lot by pouring just putting down gravel into what was grass. But then now there's going to be spillover onto the residential streets of parking for the increased, I think there's 16 additional rooms. There's no on-site management at this hotel, so that is already a very big concern. It's basically an Airbnb, no on-site management. There's constantly trash, which those of us that are neighbors are literally going onto the property and picking up on a routine basis. And we have I'm just very concerned about the noise. Again, understanding these aren't necessarily HTC concerns, but I really got to voice them somewhere. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. The next, and I would just advise the commission that some of the concerns brought forward are not within the commission's purview, and we limit our review to the design standards. I don't believe Carol is with us. And then we have another comment. Russell? Russell, are you with us? Hi, Russell. Are you able to turn on your camera? And microphone.
Yeah.
Oh,
you still
there
hear
you
me?
go.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Russell, just confirming you were sworn in recently?
Yes.
Great. And if you could state your name and spell your last name and
Sure.
your address for the court reporter,
Why am I
please.
singled out for spelling it?
Well,
I'm kidding. My name's Russell
Russell.
Ruckterstuhl, Ruckterstuhl, and I live at 1227 East Worthington Avenue, which is within sight of the subject property.
thanks. Russell, I have your letter pulled up for the
Okay.
commission. Please feel free to, share whatever points you wish to do with the commission at this point.
Okay, I'm going to follow Ellen's lead and leave my points in here for people to review. And I do realize that since I wrote these comments, there have been some design changes, and I can appreciate that with the new porch on the Ideal Way elevation and items like that. But I would like to bring up a few specific ones that haven't been talked about yet. Primarily the entrance to the building. The original building had a front entrance that was accessible from the sidewalk. It has been blocked off since it opens up to a guest room, so there's no street access from Ideal Way. The only access to the current building is from the parking lot. The new entrance that has been added on Ideal Way, I believe, also opens into a guest room if the original floor plans from earlier submittals are still valid. I believe that new opening on Ideal Way also opens into a guest room. So there's no public entrance to the building from the street. Everything has to go in through the parking lot. And that's going to become more of an issue as guests are required to park off site and on the street. They'll have to walk up through that parking lot in combination with traffic. So I just wanted to bring that up as an issue. I think most of the rest of mine have been raised by both Ellen and Denise's comments. Lighting is one thing. They are adding carriage lights on the new building on Ideal Way. I do want to point out that the existing building has a single sodium light in the parking lot and absolutely no lighting, on Ideal Way or on Ideal Way or Charlotte Drive, the current building. So it's pitch black at night when you walk by. It's a little unsettling. So I would ask that the applicant put historic district, meet the historic district lighting guidelines for both the parking lot extension in the new building and even the existing building, if possible. Let's see. And I think that might be the only comment that I have that's unique. Of course, I'm not happy with the massing. The building itself is, it's like a big brown cardboard box sat behind an unattractive building. There's really not much you can do. It's been maximized for the number of units that can be put in it. It looks like a suburban residential hotel or motel, in my opinion. So it just doesn't have the context or the a number of historic district guidelines I feel aren't being met. But I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you for the time. And my
Russell,
wife's not
Heather,
present.
is Heather available?
She's not. She won't be able to make it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Heather also provided comments. We also have Kay with us, who has not provided comments but is here to speak. Kay, have you been sworn in?
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Yes, I have, but I am not prepared to speak other than to support what has already been presented by Ellen and DJ and Russell. I'm 3 doors up from the project and agree that, it hasn't been kept up tidily. And I have a safety concern that it's not staffed. And just am concerned about the density of the traffic and certainly the parking on the street. So I thank you.
Thanks, Kay. Kay, and before you go, if you would state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Kay Shelena, Chelena, and my address is 1217 Ideal Way. Anything else?
No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we also have an in-person speaker in the audience. Last but not least, if you would like to come forward, you know what, you can use that microphone right there and just share your thoughts. Turn it on so it hits green. And I know you've been sworn in. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter,
I'm
please.
Tiffany George Keat, and I'm at 1238 East Worthington. I am also directly across the street. The side of my house faces the parking lot. Denise, who spoke earlier, her house is across from the actual buildings, but I am across from the lot with the parking lot. And I think the permeability aspect is a greater issue. I mean, we've all said it's a problem, and it is a problem, but it's going to be an even greater issue. That road, that lot is at the low spot. I know because the back corner of my lot is at the low spot. They have 2 drains on their side. I have 3 on my property. I mean, this is an issue. Everybody knows it's an issue. So when they first converted the parking lot, the flooding got worse than it already was. So now we're going to make it even bigger, plus add the building, which is going to take away not only all the green space, which is a concern I have, the tree canopy, which is a concern I have, but there will be almost no permeability on the entire lot. That is all going to drain, and there are not enough drains to cover what happens now. In addition to that, the Kenilworth Road also floods. I can hear the cars as they drive by my house. I mean, it's impassable. It goes up 12 inches to 18 inches on my property sometimes when we have these big, super big floods. And I know you don't care that there's no one there to maintain it, but because there's no one there to maintain it, those are often blocked. So in addition to there not being enough, the drains are blocked all the time, and it floods anytime there's a significant rain. So I think that is a huge issue. And again, if we have to have 50% permeability on our lots, I don't understand why they don't have to have 50% permeability on their lots. So I also looked at your mission statement, and I feel like the mission statements, like all the maintaining the scale, the pedestrian lot, like that cannot be accomplished with this. The preservation of the green space and tree canopy cannot be accomplished with this. And the managing, accommodating living, modern living, well, that was addressed when they renovated the property 18 months ago. So it's a functioning, thriving business. It's always full. So they have already accomplished that. So I'm, with the exception of considering this conflict, none of this matches with your stated historic district mission statement guidelines. And the last thing I'm confused about is I'm not sure what the precedence is to build an entirely separate building on a single lot. Like I read your guidelines and couldn't find I didn't understand where that comes in and how that works. I did look to try to see, and I was also confused whether or not this is an addition or if this is new construction, because residential, not, anyway, that's all kind of confusing, but I was curious. And so I guess the last thing I want to say, because of course I'm upset about the scale, the massing, the rhythm. I think the pedestrian experience with this building cannot be understated, as most of these houses are up on berms. As you walk through the neighborhood, you walk through green space, because all of your, up to your shoulder, your walk, because everyone's got a couple of steps, because all the houses are up on these berms, which makes even the biggest house in Dilworth feel like it floats away from you. This is in a low spot, and it's this big hulking building. So you are walking and the building feels like it's coming at you in a way that is not congruous with the neighborhood. And I'm not sure how we take a building that is already admittedly an eyesore and double it and think that that's a great idea just by pure aesthetic standards, never mind all the hotel problems that me and my neighbors are frustrated with. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
We also had, I just want to double check before we move on, that Matt Knox and Shannon Brown have not joined us. Taking silence as no. So over to you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So want to give the applicant an opportunity to respond.
I went through in order of your guidelines and addressed each one. And it's easy to say, well, it doesn't meet massing, it doesn't meet scale and massing, but nobody really says why it doesn't. Guidelines talk about, we've been described as a big box, but your guidelines say to break it up into smaller portions. Sorry. Thank you. It says break it up. I mean, I'm right out of your guidelines into smaller pieces to break the scale down, bring some elements to the ground, use the same materials, use similar roof forms, use similar windows. I mean, I went through every one of your guidelines and how we have addressed them. We didn't do the foundation. We're going to fix that. That was one of the things that's important under the Hardy, but everything else, just to say, oh, it's 2-story, it doesn't meet the massing or the height requirements. Well, there's houses in the neighborhood that are 33 feet tall to the eave and sitting up on a pedestal. Stuff like raising it, I think is a fantastic idea, to be able to raise that a little bit and go up a few steps from ideal weight. The suggestion that she just made is wonderful. I love that idea. And so I think I think just to say we don't meet and stuff like permeability is really not really in the guidelines. But I think here really would be hard pressed other than use to find any of these, whatever there are in your guidelines, and point to one and say, you don't meet the massing. You haven't broken it down very well, Mr. Overcash. Your roof forms are foreign to the neighborhood. The windows proportions are bad. Everything can be improved. I've already been looking at the window spacing, and we need to change the window spacing to get the less brick between the windows to be more congruent. But I think it's just kind of, but I'm open for people on the committee to point to something in these guidelines and say, you don't meet it. I'm wide open for that, because I feel like we have, because I've studied them, and literally that's where we started from when we started designing this. It's not a big box. It's broken into 3 parts. It tells you in your guidelines, change materials, change massing, change roof forms to break the scale down, bring a low element, use lighting, look at your window details. And I think we've done that, but I'm challenging everybody to point to. I've already pointed to foundation. You can't use that one. I've already admitted that. And our window details need to be improved. I know that. We're going to improve them.
Mr. Overcash, I do have a question. One of the items that one of the speakers mentioned, which is access to the property from the sidewalk.
Yes.
Being blocked. Is that the case? Because on the drawings, it shows multiple ways And it even shows from Ideal Way that you can access the existing building. So is that no longer the case?
I do not know if it's blocked. I did not pay attention. I know that it's lower, that hotel is sort of down a few feet. We want to raise ours, but I don't know that that one's been blocked. Maybe that is the only public way in is through the parking area. That could be correct.
Okay, so if that is the case, then that would be contrary to what the drawings are reflecting, correct?
The drawings show a sidewalk to those doors. If you go up there and pull it and you can't get in, maybe you can't get in without a key. Maybe there's a VIN card that lets a guest in but doesn't let a stranger in.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, thank you. So I had a question about what is documented as the rear setback, which is, behind the trees. It does look like the new structure is over that. And also, if you would address permeability, because permeability is, and I was trying to find it, I read it for a different project, but I do know that we do require 50% permeability.
And we have to run all those calculations. I mean, there's gonna be stuff between this committee and the planning department. The planning department's already come back and said, oh, you're part of the PED. You gotta have, solid concrete out there on Ideal Way. We're like, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna maintain the same proportion of sidewalks. We know we've got to get to 50%. If the rest of the parking ends up being gravel, that's fine. Gravel is a permeable surface. We're glad to do that with some concrete wheel stops. Same thing with the setback. We're not over it. We would not have gotten past the planning department if we were over it.
I thought that it was on the drawing by a couple of feet.
Okay. Might be the eave can overhang the setback. Because we did want a nice overhang for our shadow line to give it scale with our cornice and our freeze board. But we wouldn't get past planning downtown if we were over a setback. So you're absolutely correct about the permeability. We'll have to prove that with calculations.
Okay. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you to expound on the things you say that you are still working on.
Okay.
I think I've heard, foundation, something else, parking.
Windows.
Windows. Can you kind of give us a list and tell us what the plan is?
Well, the more you look at something, you have to turn something in by a deadline, and then you sit there and you look and you keep going, and we're always wanting to improve. That's why you come to this committee. Everybody has ideas. You take it away. You ask us to come back. So that was just things that I spotted. If you look at the rear elevation, you can pull that up. The window spacing, the window spacing, they're too regular. They need, they probably need to be closer together and more brick, and we need the foundation and the trim around it where the brick needs to be more pronounced. We do have a nice freeze board around where the board and batten is. We've shown 4 inches. We might study it.
Are you talking about foundation where the siding is?
Yes,
And
yes,
then-
sir. There's always a brick base underneath a lighter material, Dilworth. And we just missed that. So you just keep looking at things, and like we added the porch, we knew that needed something over on the Ideal Way side. And same thing with the carriage lights. We want very traditional carriage lights that glow. We want to add more light out on the front so it does feel safe for neighbors.
So windows, foundation, what was the remainder of the list?
The carriage lights on the, as you come in on the porch, the trim around the windows needs further study.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Parati?
So I think one of the challenges that the neighbors might be having is that something that's incongruous with the neighborhood is being added on, right? And so even though you have to be compatible with the existing building, of course, as you know, we're judging it based on historic buildings in the area. So what historic buildings in the area did you use, for example, for height and for width,
We
for
use
footprint?
the average height. What better? There's lower buildings than they're taller. So we're not on either end.
But commercial buildings, because it's apples to apples, right? We're comparing residential.
We're using similar roofs.
Let's make sure that the commissioners finish
Oh, I'm sorry.
before we start speaking. Thank you.
It's okay, we're passionate, we're passionate people. So what historic commercial buildings did you use to create this plan?
The one that we designed on East Boulevard, which used to be a legal office. You used it as an example in your book. It's now a mold doctor. And it has hip roof. It has brick columns with lanterns. It's proportions of the windows. That was a good inspiration. We love that you used it in your book as a good example.
As far as height and width and just the overall footprint, because of course we're trying to get close contextually, right? And there are not a lot of examples for you to use. So what did you use to establish the height, the width, the overall
We
footprint?
walked the neighborhood. We looked up and down. There are much smaller houses for some reason on Charlotte as you're going west than there are on Ideal Way. Ideal Way, they seem to fill the lot up, but both feel really good. And that 1 to 1.5, the ones on Charlotte are roughly 31 to 35 feet in width. That's why we broke that thing up into 3 pieces. 2 of them are 35 and the middle is less. It's probably 28. So that 1 to 1.5 proportion is up and down Charlotte Avenue. All those houses have that proportion. They're all considered horizontal orientation, which is one of your sections. Could we go start adding dormers and all types of little frilly stuff that you see on some of the houses? Yes, we could, but at some point we have to feel like we're halfway in between. We're not copying the old house. We would never copy the original hotel, but we do feel like we've done some really good things with windows, cornices. I looked at all the cornices up and down the street, the freeze-board proportions.
Is there a particular building that you used to, as an example, a template even, for lack of a better way to put it, for this?
They're all so different and so wonderful. You can't point to anyone. I was really hitting on the one across the street. I think the lady called in the one that's wonderful right across Charlotte. When I was looking at it, I said, oh my God, our windows are wrong. Our windows need to be closer together, and the board, the trim around them needs to be 2 inches thicker. We haven't shown that yet. But as I was walking the neighborhood and photographing, I realized they were such wonderful proportions that we could mimic. I don't feel like it does anything in the back to add dormers. You see those crazy rounded dormers that are on the original, wherever those came from. They're not fitting. So there's just so many wonderful details, but where do you stop at really trying to turn this addition into a Georgian house?
Or where do you start?
We started pretty well on the end elevation with the porch and the carriage lights and the big flowering dogwood. I think we have improved the entrance off of Kenilworth into the neighborhood by doing that. It'll be something warm and glowing to see those lights.
As one commissioner, you're no stranger to our meetings, Mr. Overcash. So as one commissioner, it would be helpful to see the height of just the overall footprint of some of these historic commercial buildings. Granted, it's not going to be on the same street, but within the area, so that we can use it as a benchmark, use it as a point of comparison. Of course, it's not going to be identical, but it would be helpful because you've broken it up. You've started to break it up into these 3 bays here, and yet, you know, you see the windows. It does look like an expansive wall. So I think there's more work that can be done. And so if there is a building or 2 or even 3 that you can point to and say, we took some inspiration from this building was this height and this width, because I mean, you can go point by point, but as you know, we look at things holistically, right? And so to be able to have a point of comparison for me would be helpful. My friends can tell you, I need to see it. I'm not as visual as some of them. And so it would be helpful to see that.
We can do that. I really use your guidelines when they're very good. They talk about proportions and height to width. And then we have to turn in the, what is it, Zueli long elevations. They show every house within the required and give you the height. They're labeled on there, 33.5 feet, 18 feet. So we thought that was enough just because we're asked to do those, but I got your point. I will take my phone and go to town.
Thank you. Thank you.
What else?
Commissioner Wojcik?
I would just have another question. And I think, you know, listening to the people ask questions or make comments earlier, a lot of them use the word massing in from your professional experience and ours, versus someone that is just living in their neighborhood and using the vocabulary word. There may be a little bit of a discrepancy between what we envision and what they're envisioning. But I think they're thinking this is a very large piece of structure. And when I look at the site plan that's showing us the existing 2-story hotel, and then it's showing us the proposed, when you look at our guidelines for new construction for non-residential, even along with our residential, they both say, you know, attempt to do the addition on the rear so that it's minimally visible from the street. And it also says limit the size of the addition so it does not visually overpower the existing historic building. And so I feel like those are really good representations of what they're feeling like this is not representing to them. It is not a smaller piece. It's not, you know, kind of hidden from the street. You can very well see it from 2 different streets. And so I feel like that might be more of what they're kind of feeling versus, you know, just the word massing.
I hate elevations. I mean, we need them to get proportions right, but you never see it in elevation. That's why we do these renderings, and I think that proportion, or this is what.
Mr. Overcash, can you take the microphone with you if you're going to go to the screen?
I just feel like that in proportion, it's about 35 feet wide. It's exactly what most of the houses are up and down that street. And that's really what you see. If somebody in this room feels like it needs to be connected and not detached, we can bring some roofs over and make it. We felt that it was better to have that little alleyway that was not covered. But anyway, I just think if you look at the renderings and if you go to the other one, right now you'll see you said you see it predominantly, but you really don't. You see that end, and then coming the other way, which you're not going to see much anymore. Once we get the dogwoods in, you sort of see it beyond. Not that one, there was another. Yeah, you see the small end again. So that's really all you see. You don't see it from Kenilworth. So you see 2 small ends only of this building. You don't see the long, even though we spent all the time breaking it up into 3 pieces, you're really looking at 2 35-foot pieces. And we've even broken up the elevation that nobody sees with the walkways, so it feels like a front porch. It feels very safe. There's a lot of lighting there, so it'll feel safe. We're back from the courtyard, but really nobody sees that unless you're a guest. But I think that's a very nice elevation. They're going to have a little courtyard back in there, a little hidden Charleston courtyard. So
Mr. Overcash, to the point that, Commissioner Waldrick was making with the standards for additions, it does appear though that the addition is wider than the existing building, existing structure.
It is slightly wider, but nobody really feels that unless you went in the backyard and you stepped it off.
But this, it's not about what people feel, but also the standards themselves. And so we're charged to enforce that the structure be secondary to the addition be secondary to the primary structure. And so can you explain to us or help us understand how is this secondary?
Well, it's secondary because you only see the two thin ends unless you're trespassing or you're a guest there. And you're looking at a roof plan, which covers a lot of, if you go to the rendering, I think we've done a great job on this, if the rendering of the courtyard, where we have all the walkways and the columns and the railings and the doors. It really, it may be a little bit wider square footage wise. It's less than the original. So it's not just a matter of, oh, it sticks over 2 feet on either end. It's the way we've broken it up and really hidden the mass. We've hidden the mass of that building.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
To look at the other side of the coin here, I think some of the things that Mr. Overcash is hinting on are good. For example, this building really is only seen from the Ideal Way side, short end, a bit of it on the Charlotte Drive side, seen at an oblique angle. And then Kenilworth, as we all know, is a very busy road. This building, the one exposed long end, is shrouded in a pretty heavy hedge. Now, going to the other side of the coin, I do have some issues with this. One, our standards frequently say that, you know, we want to look to historic examples for inspiration. While, you know, I think you mentioned, Mr. Overcash, that the existing structure on property is not the best example. It's quite hideous. It's non-conforming. It was built in the 90s. Not to let down the previous designer, whoever did that building. But I think a lot of the things here on the new structure, the proposed structure rather, are a bit too much of a nod to that existing example while an improvement. You know, I would like to see some, you know, as one commissioner, I would like to see some examples and precedents taken from, you know, historic examples in the neighborhood to be incorporated into the design, you know, window rhythm, style, spacing, foundation, some of the things that you've keyed in on. The board and batten, I don't see any examples in the immediate area of that. I don't know if you have, and that's where you pulled that from.
The other, yeah.
Yeah. You know, I similar to other commissioners, I have a little bit of an issue with the overall massing. I think, you know, you're not trying to, you know, I appreciate the fact that you're trying to align the overall height, eave lines and things like that to the existing. But I think it just needs to be worked a little bit more. And you know, some of the folks from DCDA that spoke on the impervious areas, I think I probably would like to see that addressed a little more. You know, we are removing some maturing trees. Granted, seems they're in decline, but typically we do like to see those being replaced with large maturing versus, you know, a smaller dogwood tree.
Thank you for saying that. What you just said, I would love to do that, but I didn't want to do it until this. I'm hoping that's a consensus. I got the note, hey, follow the 2.1 or whatever that I read you earlier, and I would love for that back addition. Right now, we feel like it's a first cousin to the other. We'd love to make it a second cousin. We'd love to integrate it and be a little more of its own thing. So thank you for saying that. We would love to do that. We debated it and I said, no, we were directed to go to this guideline here at 2.1 or whatever that says you must, be compatible if you're adding on to a building. And so if we can skip that and there's a consensus to do exactly what you said, we would love that.
Yeah, and I think the spirit of that particular guideline is that when we're adding on to historic buildings and things of that nature, or adding near a historic property that we want to draw bits and pieces architecturally as well as contextually, those historic examples versus building upon a nonconformance. So yeah, I would say that's justification. Potentially, we don't, again, we're not supposed to hint at, how we would design it or whatever. You're the professional, you're the artist. But that would be my.
I will promise you, we would love that. And we debated that internally, and I think I was probably the one that said, no, we got to, and we will get you some great details that you want to see pictures of.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I agree with my colleague that you should look for historic houses or historic buildings.
Love it. And we will absolutely do that. And I just, like I said, you can't imagine how big of a debate we had on that point. And so I'm glad to hear, I'm hoping it's more than one or two people that are nodding about that.
It's in our standards too, so I think we would all agree.
Commissioner.
More questions.
Commissioner Taylor, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner
I
Barr.
have two simple questions. What is the width of that alley, quote unquote, and what is the distance between the buildings, and what's the distance between the soffits of those two buildings?
Yeah, it's about 10 feet. The soffits would be, probably down to about 6 because we have quite an overhang. We wanted that overhang, but with the new design, that we may not have as much of an overhang. We are considering it as, I got my microphone on. From a code standpoint, we're treating it as one building, not two buildings. They don't have to touch, but if anybody in this committee thought that the alley would be great to be a trellis or something that you went under that had landscaping hanging down, we'd be glad to do that too.
Commissioner Barr.
Thank you for those comments. One thing I did not see in your proposal, and maybe this is to come later, or maybe there's no plan for it, but is there any proposed signage? Because this being a hotel, it sounds like it's more an online hotel in nature. So, no signage. I'm getting your head nodding. So, okay, thank you.
Nope.
All right, Commissioner Parati.
I'm just going to add HVAC system to that. I saw the old one. Do you have, where's the new one going to be? Maybe I just overlooked
I
it.
think see that flat roof right there?
Mhm.
That screened. They're little bitty condenser. There'll only be about 3 or 4. There's not one per room, but they'll all be hidden up there.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing
And
else.
putting that on the plans would be helpful.
Okay, sure.
All right, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant before we deliberate? Commissioner Taylor?
I would just, maybe we should deliberate, but I would refer to 6 of our guidelines, 6.6 on spacing of buildings and structures. Just 6 feet's close, 10 feet's close. I just keep that in mind. Refer to that when you're working on this.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. Lots of discussion and commentary. So I know that we've got a lot to deliberate on. Anybody want to kick us up?
Yeah, kick things off.
Yes, sure.
We have to welcome back Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Lineberger. So they joined us around 3:30 or 3:45 when we reconvened. So thanks.
We are so happy to have you both back. All right, Commissioner Barth?
And maybe Commissioner Whitlock was going to start off this way, but I might make a suggestion. I think there's some high level things that need to be addressed here before we speak to the stuff in detail. So like other cases where we have some high level stuff that need to be addressed, I think we might postpone that and, assuming this is a continuance for future discussion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that, there's quite a list of things that are theoretically still in design. And I think that the underlying thing seems to be now just the historic aspects that are missing and kind of taking that into account. And it sounds like that could be a major redesign. And then there's all the other considerations we brought up: spacing, the scale, the massing. Then there's outside, there's the parking, the trees, the lighting. It just goes on and on. So I think that, I could see that we should, unless there's any objections, I could do a motion to continue.
No objections here.
Okay, well, I would like to make a motion that we continue this application for the following reasons. Context, we need sufficient number of design variables that reference the historic context while also some of the details that help define the neighboring historic buildings. Spacing, 7.5, scale, 7.9, massing, 7.7. Chapter 8, we've talked about the trees. We would like to, consider larger trees, 8.5, lighting, 8.12. Permeability study, I don't know what number that is, but anyone knows that? And that's all I had for now. I think that's quite a bit.
That's quite a bit. Excellent job.
I'd like to add a friendly amendment that we say we did not look at some of the details, a number of the details, so that it doesn't look like the extent of our continuation is just those things.
Okay. Yes, it's good.
Another amendment?
Yeah, I would also like to add, I'm curious about a precedent for two buildings on one site such as this that would exist in the historic neighborhood, whether that needs to be considered as well.
I would have, I guess, a question for Christy, because I think that was my initial question, how is this, it's not an accessory structure, but it's detached. But I guess my assumption is that zoning's allowing this and we don't have purview in that. Is that correct?
Yeah. Either way, it's new construction, right? And so the new construction design standards apply. Typically with additions, they're attached somehow. And so that's what makes this one so unique. But yes, it's allowed per zoning. But the shape and form and design is your purview.
Isn't there also something to be said for this being a commercial property versus a residential?
Yes.
We experience this with a number of projects, especially in this district, where there aren't a lot of precedents for commercial properties that are adding on.
Right. There, I think there's a commercial property like 2 doors down. So, anyway, what's weird about that one is it's set behind a parking lot. And so should they add on, they'll be moving closer to the
This
street.
isn't exactly the same, but the Animal Medical Hospital, two different properties that were coming together with a glass
Yeah.
walkway.
Those
was-
are 2 different parcels. that
Yeah.
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 So
So we were in the midst of a motion.
for continuing.
We had some amendments.
Back to work.
So
What is the standard for permeability? I thought it was in
There's not
chapter
one for
8.
commercial.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's residential. Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Bell?
Sorry, I know we were talking about scale and massing and the two buildings on one structure, but we should also consider the fact, and I think this might have been how we got here, because there seemed to be a lot of focus on designing according to what was there, with little focus on the historical context in the neighborhood. So can we add, or does it make sense to add, that looking at the space, the massing, the new building needs to be the secondary part? Because it's not, it doesn't feel like it's that at all, in addition to all the historical design and elements added on to that. I didn't feel like we were adding that, so I just wanted to make sure that was in
Do
there.
we know that in this commercial aspect that is the case? That it is?
For additions, yes, 7.17 does refer to additions being secondary and attaching it in the rear. Yeah.
I guess since it was, I don't really think of it as an addition. I mean, I guess it is, but since it's not attached. So that was kind of what I was wondering. I know if it was attached, but anyway, we'll say it's like an accessory structure would be in that regards.
Even on our agenda, Commissioner Whitlock, it has it as new construction slash addition, non-residential.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have standards cited, we had some amendments.
Can I give it one more?
We have another amendment.
It's a small one. I just wanted to request that the applicant reference the staff notes or any other stuff that we didn't cover in the initial motion.
Okay. All right, do you accept the amendments?
Yes, I accept all those amendments.
All right, do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a second. Any discussion of the motion? All right, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
No.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Motion to continue passes 9-1.
Thanks, Stephen. Have a good one. Okay, our next application is number 7, 1500 Dilworth Road, and I believe the applicant is joining us online. I think, Emily, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, have you been sworn in?
Have not.
Okay. Over to you to do some swearing in.
Okay.
All right. If you would raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. This application was continued from the May meeting for rear yard calculations, tree removal, and accessory structure. I need to note that they have withdrawn the request for the accessory structure. The only continuance that applies is number 3, analyze using the historic windows in the proposed application. They are still moving forward with that portion of the project. So again, I would just ask that when you make your decision or continuance or whatever, you just reiterate that that does not include the accessory structure, just for the record.
Okay.
Okay, and they will reuse the original historic windows on the right elevation, and then they'll make every effort to do that. And then if they can't, they will do replica windows. They will also use bricks removed for the new openings on the back to infill the original openings on the right elevation. And we have the plans updated here showing with the notes, showing infilling with existing brick and relocating the existing windows. Emily, I'm going to turn it over to you to add anything you'd like to share with the commission. If you would first state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the court reporter, please.
Emily Bourgeois. It's Bourgeois. My address is 447 Fenton Place, Charlotte, 28207.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
I don't have a lot to add. We're, just staying within the main structure of the house. The footprint doesn't change. It's really just the windows are the only thing that's visible from the outside. We're basically redoing a bedroom and bathroom inside the second floor of the house. So I feel like this is pretty straight, forward. We've withdrawn the secondary structure, at least for now, and we'll maybe tackle that at a different time, but he's decided not to go forward with that at this time.
All right. Christy, do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against this application?
There's no one online and no one in the audience. Thanks.
Oh, in the audience, I forgot. Thank you.
It's okay.
All right. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? I will start by saying, personally, as one commissioner, I love to see situations like this where we're reusing materials that are already a part of an original structure. So thank you very much to the applicant for that effort.
Oh, well, thank you. He's very much into the historic nature of the neighborhood, so it makes him happy too.
And trees saved. Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant? Okay, no questions, it seems. So we can go ahead and close for deliberation. All right, commissioners, I think Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, I did a little bit of referencing, and basically I know we don't love the idea of moving windows, but we do allow it. I think based on 5.5 number 4, that says repair and replace masonry features when necessary, using masonry that's respectful in size, and the fact that they want to reuse the existing brick is encouraging. And it also did mention that making window changes or masonry changes on areas of the structure that weren't dominant elevations were typically allowed as well. So when I looked at windows 4.14 number 6, it said avoid adding new openings or changing existing openings on primary elevations, which made me think that we would be more comfortable with the sides and rear. And then on 5.5 number 4, it says repair and replace masonry features. And so again, they were willing to reuse the windows and reuse the brick. So I felt like this was within the realm of something that we would typically approve.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any thoughts or concerns or?
I agree with you and the standards.
Okay, great. Yay. That's awesome. Well, then should I say something?
Sounds like you have a motion in the making.
Okay, well, then I would like to move to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the standards. We would like to make sure that we note that the window trim, headers, and sill of the masonry do match existing when reinstalled. There is a application where there will be a triple window. And we want to make sure that the mullion trim matches our standards.
Yes, it will. We will replicate. the
Emily,
existing.
we're closed for deliberation at this time.
And that the brick will remain unpainted. And that we would request that the specifications for the new windows be reviewed with staff. And that the demolition and tree removal are not, I'm sorry, the demolition of the existing accessory structure and the tree removal are not being reviewed at this time. And that any minor changes can be approved by staff.
And the construction of a new accessory structure.
Oh, I'm sorry. And the construction of the new accessory structure is not being reviewed at this time. Thank you.
And can we reference the standards?
So I have 5.5, number 4. And I wrote 4.12, number 6, but that might be 4.14, number 6.
Yes. All right. We have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barr,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Emily. The next application is number 8, 420 West Fifth Street. It is a continuation from the June 14th meeting on the historic fire station. I see Tom and Aaron. Are Neil and Brian with you?
Hello, how are you doing today?
Hi, Aaron. I see you and Tom. Is there anyone else with y'all?
Yes, ma'am. No, sir. No, ma'am. It's just Tom and I.
Okay. Have you been have you been sworn in?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And can you talk a little louder? Oh, Neil Edwards. Looks like. Hi, Neil. Have you been sworn in?
Hi, yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure how that worked. I just clicked raised hand like 4 times.
Oh, we heard you and now we can't hear you.
No, I've not been sworn in.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
All right.
This application was continued for restudy of the replacement windows and replicating the historic windows from the historic photo. It was also continued for more information about the brick and the access ramp. So with that, the new information is on slide. Slide 5 is the existing structure. Slide 6 has an additional sharper image of the historic windows. And there's also a rendering on slide 7 and then additional information on the site plan. With that, I'll start on slide 7. Neil, if you want to let me know which slide to go to. Before you get started, please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Sure, my name is Neil Edwards. My address is 550 East Brooklyn Village Avenue, apartment 1702. And of course, that is Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. I'd like Tom to really speak to what's been done here in particular, but I know perhaps the main, or at least what I felt to be the main concern from last month's meeting was for us to dig deeper into the historic archives, et cetera, available to us to see if we were able to find any further either photographic evidence or drawings of the building. And so we were able to successfully reach out to the Carolina Room. That was your specific recommendation. We were worried that was not available at the moment due to the construction, but they were able to help us and send us a few helpful images, which I'll let these guys explain how they're helpful. And then we also made contact with one of the senior city attorneys who had previously worked with the fire department. And they put us, or rather they didn't put us in touch, but they got in touch with someone who is, I assume, a former chief or department head for the fire department who had access to some additional materials that were not part of what the Carolina Room was able to garner for us. And so I believe one of those images proved helpful. And I searched state archives and firm archives to see if I was able to pull up or find any of the original architectural drawings. And that search was unsuccessful. But I think we had a fruitful search, and we feel like at this point we have a better understanding of what the side windows looked like, which we didn't really have that before. We were not able to, and I do not believe exists, a face-on photograph of the side of the building. But as you can see in this one picture here, we can see enough of that side window, unlike any of the previous pictures, to understand the architectural aesthetic that was being used for those windows. We also were able to find some that were straight on to the front face of the building, as opposed to at an angle, or you know, from a Greek perspective, if you will, similar to some of the previous images. And so that has helped our architectural team understand a little bit more about, you know, the exact proportions between the center panes and side panes of those front windows that are so important. And we also were able to find more photographic evidence that did support our previous understanding of what the original access doors were for the trucks. You know, we had thoughts, and these images further supported those thoughts. But yeah, that's all I've got to say. Thanks again for everyone's time today.
Thanks, Neil. Tom and Aaron, we welcome your comments. And if you would, before you begin speaking, please state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the court reporter, please.
I'm Tom Duzan, D-U-Z-A-N. I'm the architect of record. And do you want my work address or home address?
It doesn't matter.
Work address is 925 Tuckasegee Road, Suite 110. And that's Charlotte 28208. And then I'm going to let Aaron, who's been our designer of late, working on this particular historic nature of the windows, kind of speak to kind of the tweaks that we've made since the last hearing.
Thanks, Tom. My name is Aaron Longo, Longo, and that can be the same work address.
Okay.
As a citizen here and passing this building often, it's a pleasure to be a part of bringing this back to life. Also, my family's history and firefighting makes me very excited to be a part of this as well. So I was brought on to study extensively the proportions and the style of these windows and the bay doors. So we studied countless photographs that we could find and tapped the shoulders of some historic experts in relation to fire departments and building. And we feel that we have done our very best to match these in style and proportion. The depth is one aspect that we took into account more on this round. And I believe that helps the aesthetic and helps us get closer to the historic precedent there. The bay doors, we had limited photographs to work with there. But with what we could work with, we kind of sketched out what that should be. And we talked with folks who are experts in the field of that sort of history of firefighting and what those doors, how they would have functioned in that time frame, in that time period, and how they would function with opening and just their weight and their makeup. So we took a lot of time and a lot of effort to really get this right. So we feel that we have really gotten as close as humanly possible.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you guys very much for the effort and the lengths that you went to find the historic representation of this building and what you brought back. I think as one commissioner, I'm very, cases like this applications like this makes me very happy about what we do. So thank you guys for that. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner
Real
Parker?
quick, we don't have any callers. It's okay.
I said I was going.
Keep going.
Beautiful project. I think this is a great, I'm looking forward to the next phase of this building because it's a historic landmark. It's a beautiful piece of structure. It's part of Charlotte's history. So first of all, just want to say that. One quick question. The windows on the elevations, you have a note there that says aluminum clad wood storefront. Are those like traditional windows or are they like a storefront window? Like extruded metal?
Yeah, that's kind of a word error on our drafts person's part, but it's basically a wood finish. There are options for that. Obviously, a wood clad aluminum backing. So it's a wood finish. Paints like wood, looks like wood, functions like wood, and that there's aluminum backup. We haven't priced these two options, and then the other one is just full. The alternate or whatever is the actual solid wood everywhere.
Gotcha. Okay. And then your Muntin bars, I imagine, would be applied to the glass and simulate divided light.
Yes, sir. And we have a couple of manufacturers that we will be working with and choosing between. One of which we've worked with extensively in the past, and they're experts at recreating these historic windows, and they have shadow lines that extend through the glazing whenever these are applied, and they are made to do just that, recreate these historic windows as close as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, hey, could you just explain a little about the access ramp, please?
Yeah, can you go to that, the page where it has the elevations? I think it's one or two more. There you go. Top right. Yeah, so the existing, which we, I guess, consider grandfathered stair has a very similar look to this. So it would be a, concrete, ramp with the, matching handrail system. So it's a pretty standard rail system with horizontal, pipe tubes, that would, be painted, to match the rest of the building. The black accent or charcoal accent.
Thank you.
And just to provide a little bit further information, we were a little bit unsure last time, but our further photographic evidence suggests that that egress stair, that red line just mentioned, it appears in every single modern photograph of the building that we can find, including some as early as 1982. So it's our belief that it was probably added in the late 70s. There's pretty much a gap from those old historic black and white photos up to about 1982.
So that was probably for the firefighter didn't want to use the pole?
Perhaps, there was
second means.
They may have done some upfit inside and it triggered a new code. For that, I'm not sure. We wouldn't want to speculate.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right. We'll close now for deliberation. All right, commissioners. As I mentioned, I'm so pleased with the direction and the effort that the applicants made to replicate these, the windows on this historic building. So to start with, the reasons that this application was continued appears to have been met, but let's go one by one, just to make sure we are covering our bases. So the first one on the list here is doors and windows per design standards for windows. Essentially, we asked them to restudy the windows on that primary structure and if they were intending to reflect the historical photos. And it looks like they did that by, they're gonna use wood windows, I believe. Wood replacement windows with the same, I guess, divided lights and proportions as the historical photos. Any objections to the fact that they've met number one? Okay.
Was that confirmed? It would be wood versus aluminum clad. Is that correct?
I think it's wood clad.
Oh, wood clad.
So it's aluminum outside, wood on the inside. It's a tradition, correct?
But don't they have an alternative on just all wood? I thought the two options were aluminum clad wood or all wood.
Do you want me to open back up?
Yes.
To confirm? Okay, we'll now reopen. If the applicants could confirm the window options that are being considered? The materials?
Yes, so there are two options available to us right now. And that would be a solid wood or an aluminum with wood cladding.
Interior and exterior.
So it's the opposite of what was being described. Both options would have the wood finish.
Throughout, inside and out.
The structure of the window, correct. Looks like wood, feels like wood, paints like wood. Both are a wood end product for whoever is looking at the building.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Well,
I just wanted to reference the standard 4.14, because that was my primary question, was the windows as well. 4.14, number 19, allows for aluminum clad wood that meet these standards may be considered on a case-by-case basis. So even though it says replace a wood window with a wood window when possible. So I believe for me, I just assumed once they answered the question that Commissioner Barth asked, that that would be something we would write into our motion as approved, the final windows to be approved by staff, because it appears both seem to meet the guideline. I
Agreed.
Well, I don't know what this wood clad window is. I know of aluminum clad window, which is a wood window with aluminum clad on the outside extruded. But I think we'd probably need, yeah, like you're saying, Commissioner Lamberger, we need to push that to staff. And if there's something unique that we normally wouldn't approve, we can bring it back before us.
I guess my ignorance, Christy, does the window that is being described, wood clad, wood finish, he says it looks like wood, paints like wood, but apparently is wood clad? Is that something that
I'm with Commissioner Barth. I think we just need to see the specifications to see if it's something we can approve.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions before we reclose? All right, let's reclose. So going back to our list, it sounds like they did meet the window, restudying the windows. We'll just need to make sure we specify that they work with staff on whatever specifications they choose for those windows. Okay, number 2, brick. We didn't talk about this with the applicants, but they did provide how they're going to clean the brick. Does everybody feel like that's been adequately addressed? Okay. And then the third one is the access ramp. They provided the details about the ramp being added to the rear. Does everyone feel like that's been addressed?
Yes.
Okay.
I only have one issue. How the ramp is connected to the existing building, and I'd like to shoot this over to staff. This being a commercial building, ramps being required, blah, blah, blah. Its attachment to the existing building has the potential to damage some of that existing brick, I would imagine. Is that an issue for staff or?
We would engage with Candace, our historic mason on staff, to make sure that the attachment is done in a way that's least damaging possible and easily reversible.
Okay, so in our motion, I think we'd probably just want to look to our on-staff professionals as far as to how that ramp is attached to the existing building, knowing that it is required per code.
Okay. And Commissioner Barth, since you were the last one to speak, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as presented, as it is not incongruous with our districts and guidelines, with the following caveats: that the applicant work with staff in approving an appropriate design spec for the windows proposed, referencing standards 4.14, chapter 7, specifically 4.1 or 7.14 and 7.15. Requesting that the applicants work with staff professionals as far as the masonry, the existing masonry on site on the historic building to remain unpainted and to be cleaned in a proper manner and preserved in a proper manner, rather. Additionally, would like the applicant to reach out to staff professionals as far as attaching the ramp in a non-damaging way to the historic structure. Those masonry guidelines, 4.14, 5.15, number 6, and for the ramp, 8.11.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Do we have any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, a brief pause for some discussion. We are getting started with new cases. I have one announcement. We have not received the application fee or the waiver for application number 12, so that won't be heard this evening. And I wanted to ask the commission where you think we'll get so we can tell the rest of the applicants. We have also had a request from the property, I guess the property owner and his representative for 1541 Wickford, that they move up on the agenda and are heard before Angie's cases. And Angie is the one that is going to present that case. So lots of things for the commission to consider and decide upon about the next hour and a half.
Well, so the moving up of the case, I think that's the last case on the
Is.
agenda.
Mhm. And it's my understanding that the applicant is also willing to withdraw the request to paint the brick and just deal with the after the fact issues. The reason they're asking to move it up is because they're potentially closing at the end of this month on the 30th. And then it not being heard would push the closing date out.
Yeah, and I'm only one commissioner, and you guys please feel free to chime in. But the challenge I have with moving the application up is that we have 3 other applications after Angie's applications. And I just don't know what that would do to us hearing their cases. And I would just like to be fair to them, but that's just my opinion. If you guys feel differently, please let me know.
Ask a question, Chrissy, did you say that Angie is going to, if we move 15 up, that Angie will also be presenting that one?
Angie and Alan used to work together.
Chrissy, this is Candace. We can't hear anything that was just said.
Thanks, Candace. Yes, Angie and Alan used to work together, and Alan is out of town and has asked Angie to present for him. And Doug Eman has communicated with Jenny that they would be willing to remove the brick painting, and they are asking Angie to present. And Angie has also agreed her willingness to present and to do this in front of her other 3 cases.
So 13 and 14 would be affected, I guess, by that change. Are they here, or do we know if they're in the room?
They are.
Oh,
We don't know if only 13 and 14 would be affected because we don't know how long it's gonna take.
Yeah.
what I mean are, those are the only 2 that Angie is not presenting. That's what I meant. I apologize.
The only ones who haven't agreed to this, correct? Yes, and they are.
I feel like I kind of agree with you, that maybe we shouldn't move things around, especially if we have some folks in the room that it would affect. but
Yeah.
that's just my opinion.
Commissioner, yes, I can.
I want to speak. I guess my challenge is I'm not sure that we're going to get to 13 and 14, even if we did the 3, even if we didn't do 15.
Well,
Maybe I missed it, but why are they getting bumped up? I know that they have an issue, but is there?
That's the only reason they've is that I am just presenting a request from the applicant, and
Okay.
it is the commission's purview.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to clarify, if you are going to change the order of your agenda, it is within your discretion to do so. I would recommend that you do a vote, but I would also, to add a particular little wrinkle to it, one of the cases that could potentially be affected in you moving this agenda would be case number 13, in which Commissioner Barth would be recusing himself so that he could present as an applicant. So if you do ultimately decide to take a vote on this, I would recommend that he recuse himself from that particular vote as well.
and what would we be voting on if we decide to do nothing, to not change the order? We still have to vote? Okay.
Vote is only if you decide to change the order.
All right.
And do you want to do like a straw poll?
Do I need to recuse myself?
Yes.
I'm recused.
Okay. Chris has recused.
Chris has
Commissioner Barth
recused.
has recused.
And we can just go around, Robin. Commissioners that are in favor of moving, maybe I should word it differently, are in favor of keeping the order as it is. Commissioner Bell, are you in favor of keeping the order of the agenda as it is
Yes.
currently? Commissioner Lineberger?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
I'm favoring to keep it as is since we have some in the audience
Okay.
need to get to.
Commissioner Walker? Same. Commissioner Parati?
As is.
Commissioner Taylor?
As is.
Commissioner Wojcik?
As is.
Commissioner Whitlock?
As is.
Okay.
And Commissioner Hawkins as is.
Straw poll wins. Okay. Next question for the commission. Can we get through 9, 10, 11, and 13?
Yes, we will try our best.
Okay. All right, Angie, you're up. 2310 Charlotte Drive. Angie, have you been sworn in?
What do you think you can get through?
Yeah.
Okay, so Christy,
Yes.
we can't get through all of them.
9, 10, 11?
9, 10, 11.
I mean, I had some.
Hey, I'm here.
Hi, Angie.
Hey, how are you?
I think we can do 9, 10, 11.
I can see until 7:40.
Okay. Hey, have you been sworn in?
I said yes, but y'all didn't see me, so.
Thank
yes.
you. Okay, great. Is what? That's right. You attorneys, Commissioner Taylor has looked at this project, and I believe that is grounds for recusal. Correct?
I would agree.
Okay.
If the board would like to conduct an inquiry, we can certainly do that.
But I think he's willing to recuse, so we're good.
But if Commissioner Taylor feels like he, for this particular case, wouldn't be able to be fair and impartial, we can go ahead and dispense with the questioning.
Thanks, Commissioner Taylor. Okay.
Let the record show that Commissioner Taylor has recused for this case.
Great. Angie, I'm turning it straight over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for trying to get through all of the next few projects
Sure.
at one time.
Sure.
I know this is probably a record for me again. But
Angie, name and address for the court reporter.
yes, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208.
Okay.
So, well, thank you again. So As you can see before you, we have a house on Charlotte Drive that at some point in time had a side porch enclosure on the right-hand side, as you can see on slide 7, and at some point in time had a rear addition added with cross gables along the rear of the property. So this project is actually split into 2 projects. One is an addition over the right-hand side, which was an original porch, and then an accessory structure on the rear of the property. So, so let's start with the addition above the mudroom. So, Christy, if you can go to the bottom of that slide 7. Yes, so it has a very Tudor vibe to it. It has some stucco half timbering on the front. It's lap-sided house. Very little overhangs on the left and right side cross gables, and then overhang only really in the front gable, which has the Tudor half timbering on the front. So what we've were commissioned to do was put an addition over the right-hand side. So Christy, I'm going to ask you to go to slide 9, which is the site plan. So this house, you know, obviously is limited in the rear and in the left and right. It's at its perimeters. And so what the owner has asked us to do was expand a bedroom on the upper right-hand side of the second floor and add gable to the right. So there were some minor renovations on the inside as well, which would have been a bathroom and a bedroom expansion. The next slide, which is slide 10, shows the existing portion of the addition that we're looking to add. You can see the shed roof. It's kind of an odd addition when it was done. And so what we're asked to do is bring that, that room forward. So the dormer that you see that's to the right of the chimney on the upper side of slide 10, those windows would be replaced. And that actual window is in a bathroom. And so we are looking to expand the roof plan by expanding the gables. So slide 11, please. So you can see the dark added lines of what we're looking to change on the house. We're looking also to move some windows that are probably not original on the first floor. So the front right windows. Also, that room is 3 steps lower from finished floor of the house. You actually walk in at grade level and then step up into the house. And what we want to do is raise those windows back up so that they are all in line with the rest of the windows in the house. Slide 12 shows it from the rear. So the other thing that we wanted to do on the rear of the house, there's a French door. Yeah, so that actually is the master bathroom that's above, and we're looking to replace the glass block window. And then we want to add a canopy over the back door. Although they are not doors, they are fixed. And so we want to match existing, so what's there now. So even though it's not going to be a door, we just want that canopy over there, because right now there's a vine growing on it, and I think it's possibly not doing the siding well. So we want to remove that and protect the fixed doors. Slide 13. So slide 13 is from the left side elevation, and there is a pair of windows in the breakfast room that we want to create a pair of doors so that they have direct access from the backyard without having to go through the dining room, but just have direct access from the kitchen to get to a connecting pergola that will be added to the accessory structure that's going to be in the back. And you can see that in the middle of slide 13, where it shows the accessory structure and the pergola addition. So no fenestration changes other than the windows to doors on the back left. And you can actually see that that was probably an addition at some point in time. You know, just based on the trim, the details, the boxing, You can actually see that, I'm not sure when it was, Chris, you might have that information. I am not privy to that. So slide 14. It's just the bracket details that you guys have requested. Also too, anything that we're doing, second floor is not coplanar with the first floor. So you can actually see that it steps in so that the walls do not stack. Let me see, say floor plans. So accessory, the accessory building in the back is a 1-story, 12 feet tall structure. It is truly for cover in the backyard. They do have a very limited backyard as it is. The house actually sits at like 35 feet from the rear. So this structure would sit 3 feet from the rear and left side property. Actually from the rear only, left side is set in. And it's just to have storage because they have no garage. They don't have any outside storage. Right now, I think they have a small shed that it's not a permanent shed. So they need some bike storage as well as a little place for sitting. I know there was a question about the slat wall, and it is a wood slat wall for privacy because the property behind sits higher and grade, so they just need some privacy from the rear of the property. And so it is wood. The columns are wood on a brick base. No brick will be painted. It'll stay original brick as it is on the original house. Let's see, I think that's it on the slides. Let me just run through my notes. The right side gable. So there was a note about the pork chop eaves, and Christy, if I can get you go back to some of the photos on the earlier slides. Slide 7. If you can zoom in on the bottom left of slide 7, you can actually see they're existing. And one of the comments, I believe, in the staff analysis was to not have pork chop eaves, but adding that canopy where the vine is. If we did not do that, it would look very odd side by side. And so one of the things that we want to do is, even though this was an addition approved at some point in time, we do want to match the details on the back and on the sides so that at least it is compatible to the addition and not the original structure, the original house, which had no overhangs and boxed eaves. So we talked about the pork chops, the fenestration, and the rhythm on the right-hand side. So if we can look at the right elevation, Christy, again, which I believe is slide 11. Yes. So because there's movement in and out, if you look at the existing right elevation, there is double window, which is above the tub. There's a single window, which is in the bathroom on the second floor, and then a double window, which is in this tiny little bedroom that's only 8 feet wide. And so we still have that same rhythm of windows, which is a single window, although it's smaller because it's in the water closet, and then a double window. We do need to meet egress for these. And so the windows in the bedroom will probably wind up being a casement to look like a double hung, because otherwise they'd be taller than the windows on the first floor. So the windows on the first floor were going to be reused. So we can reuse the existing windows and just slide them up and to the left. And then we're adding a couple of windows, smaller windows, and we're taking proportions of the upper sash for the fenestration patterns. So that was the right elevation. I know that was a comment in the staff analysis. Regarding the materials for the pergola, it will be wood and as I said, brick to match existing, and will not be painted. That's it.
All right, do we have anybody to speak for or against?
No callers?
Okay.
I do want to say one thing. So I did speak to the owner. They are on holiday, and so they will not be here to present, but wished us well.
That's very nice.
Yes.
Thank you, Angie.
You're welcome. And congrats on the chair position.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, commissioners, questions for Angie, the applicant?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Martin.
As always, great application, Angie. Can you speak to the impermeable calculations, and were those taken from the historic rear yard? I see on your cover sheet, it's indicating what you call total permeable area is 81%.
Can you flip to that cover page, Christy?
think
We
I'm-
didn't add any footprint. And there is an existing patio there now.
Accessory structure.
Site
What about the
plan.
accessory structure, Angie?
I'm sorry?
The accessory structure?
Yeah, so there is a patio right now that's there. So when we remove the brick and we add it back in, so there's this little framed building back there. If we remove that and recreate the square footage, it was almost a trade. So there's brick all the way around this house in the back. So the permeability, the footprint didn't change. We just kind of traded one for the other. And through the trellis doesn't count because it's see-through. It's not covered.
Okay, so your total permeability, your total permeable area you're maintaining is 81% of the historic rear yard. So you're well without that threshold, correct?
Right, correct.
And
So,
then,
and that's from the original back of the house,
gotcha.
right? Okay.
And then, so you have brick on the accessory structure. Can you speak a little bit to why you decided to go brick? Because, you know, when I look at standard 8.10 number 3, it asks to design accessory structures to being compatible with the design of the existing house it's supporting.
Okay. It was truly just a material of choice. But if we do need to go to a brick foundation with lap siding, that would not be the end of the world. It does sit kind of further, well, it sits back, but there's property behind it that's kind of high on the hill. Honestly, it can be changed to lap siding.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Angie, I did have a question while the other commissioners think about what they want to ask. How, when we are looking at additions, 6.20, it talks about attaching the addition in such a manner that if it needs to be reversed in the future, that the historic structure is unimpaired. And it looks like we're attaching this to the second story on the side of the home. And I'm just curious, how do you imagine that happening?
So if it had to be reversed?
Yes.
Right, so, so if we look at the photos, actually slide 7, this house has been added to in the back, which you can't see, well, you can see here. So the upper right-hand photo, you can see the addition on the back, and that was to protect the windows that were in this bedroom. And so to the right of the fireplace. So what our proposition is to add a gable above this shed roof that's here, that if indeed it needed to be removed, that it could, but then you would be removing the entire addition on the back of the house. So there was a catch-22 on this because the house has been so added to in the back that we tried to respect the back, respect the front, which is the streetscape in the right-hand side, keep the chimney. And so the gable over that shed roof could be removed if it ever needed to be, which I don't know that it ever would, but to the point of, delineating what was original and what is not. Slide 10. Slide 11. Sorry. So the right side. So you can actually see the original gable. Like if you look at the proposed, so that original gable is there. We are not removing that, and trying to protect also the front dormer that's there, the little hip roof dormer that's on the front of the house, and everything is set back. So trying to keep some similar elements, the double windows, the gable on the side. We tried various elevations to gain space in this bedroom. And I think if I can get you to look at the floor plans, which we did include, although we don't have to, we always do that for point of reference. So the second floor, if you look at the floor plan of this house, you can actually see that bedroom is only 8 feet wide. And the way we're expanding it is to the right, but that chimney stays, that wall would stay in the front and then added above that space. So master bathroom was obviously added. The bedroom in the back was obviously added. And you can actually see the original footprint of this house was only a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. Does that make sense? Right there. Yeah, Christy's got it on the left-hand side of slide 16. Does that help answer your question?
Yep. I hear you.
Okay. Hey, I know today's world, an 8-foot wide bedroom doesn't cut it as a bedroom, unfortunately.
Thank you, Angie.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yeah, hey, Angie.
How are you?
Good. I was going to just ask you about our standard to attempt to locate the addition in the rear, minimally visible from the street, and just kind of see what other thoughts you had about how you could achieve this, maybe without going on the front.
So in response to that, I will refer you to the site plan again. Chrissy, if we can go back to that. Slide 9. The existing house, actually, or the house and the addition that's there, I can't go any further back. The setback, the rear setback is at 35 feet. It does change with the new zoning to 30, but there's nowhere to go. So unfortunately, this lot's only 111 feet deep, not 150 like some lots. We always get the unique ones. I guess you guys know that by now. So the only opportunity there is for any expansion is to the right. And knowing that that shed roof is not original, it is not coplanar with the front of the house, it is set back. We are distinguishing that from the original house, which is the original box. So that was the logic on that, Scott.
I hear you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will bring this up during deliberation, Angie, but we had another case where an addition was made. It was a non-conforming, incongruous addition, and they wanted even more square footage, which made it even more incongruous. And just looking at these roof forms, we're charged with keeping them simple, and this is, in my opinion, far from simple. So I'll bring that up in deliberation. Maybe someone can educate me about it, starting with you.
Okay, so if you look at the original roof structure, you had a very high steeped Tudor-esque front gable intersecting a cross gable. That was the original house. And at some point in time, there was no, yes, so that was an addition added to the back of this property. So they added a larger cross gable to the back, which had a variety of roof slopes. And then, and a lot of this was achieved as far as like gaining height with shed roofs on the cross gables. So if you look at the right elevation, which is slide 11. So if you look at the back of the existing right elevation, there's gables with sheds to gain head height. There's an original cross gable on the front of the house. And so this is a secondary gable. While these two, and I had discussion with staff about this, it looks more complicated than it is, only because we needed to create a false trim line so that it did not have this large mass. So if you look at that vertical trim kind of in the middle of the proposed right, Christy, further down, that vertical trim right there is added, but everything is actually coplanar on that side. So it looks more complicated than it is, but roof form structure is actually quite simple. There are two gables with a valley in between.
Just out of curiosity, how many different roof pitches do you have?
We have, okay, so you have the front, that's one. You have the original cross gable, that's two. So all these roof pitches on the right-hand side match the original pitch of the house. Then you have the shed roofs, which they were there. And then you have the original hip dormer on the front. So the original house had 3 or 4 different roof pitches. And this probably has 4, 5 different ones because the rear gable is different than the side gables. And that's to keep boxing the same. So it's geometry. You keep your boxing the same. You can't go any higher than the ridge. And so your roof pitches change in order to keep your boxing lines the same.
I hear you.
I know. And if you look at what I'm calling the existing right elevation, if you look at that where the bathroom windows are in the back right corner, the boxing lines did not end up at the same spot. They were off balance. And that's original to us, not original, but that's original to us.
Right. And so it brings me back to what was done to the original house, took it into, it's not congruous. And I feel like this is also not congruous.
Well, we used existing pitches that were there. We didn't really introduce another pitch.
Sure. Right. No, I get it. And I think that you all get the challenging ones because clearly you're up to the task. It's just, it's something we'll talk about in deliberation. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Commissioners, does anyone else have any questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
Can I just ask one thing? So if we did need to separate the two, could you do that? So the accessory structure versus the house, if it needed to be?
Yeah, it looks, we've done that.
Okay.
So yeah, we can.
Okay. And if there's anything minor that we can resolve with staff, I'd like to request that.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you, Angie. You know our process.
I do.
All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioners, I think many of us have very similar sticking points. I'm glad Commissioner Parati brought up the roof forms because that was one of the things that I struggled with. It seemed complicated. Angie did explain the addition, adding the addition where they added it. But those are the things that I'm challenged with, how you can truly differentiate this addition from the existing structure, which, it does go against our standards. We are supposed to be able to distinguish the old versus the new, as well as Scott mentioned, Commissioner Whitlock mentioned, attempt to attach the addition to the rear, and that's not what happened here. And I understand that there may be some lot constraints. But those are the things I'm challenged with. Commissioners, any thoughts? Anything else to add? Commissioner Wojcik?
I wanted to just say that I agree with the roof forms. I'm having trouble with the proportions of the lines and the complexity and how it's integrating. And I know Angie I always enjoy seeing her presentations because she has these challenging projects, but I also do think that, she is up for this challenge, and I know she can come up with something that would be, that we would all probably find a little bit more incongruous, so that we could review something, maybe. And I'm rambling, sorry. I do know that we have approved projects that had setback limitations so that people could add on, not necessarily on the rear, in the past specifically. So I do think that it's worth considering, but I am uncomfortable with the way that this particular edition has been done.
And I also think, though, that because there are two separate things, right? There's the addition to the home that's on the right second floor, but then there's an accessory structure. So if the accessory structure wasn't creating an impermeable area on the lot, but in addition at the rear of the lot, I mean, I know we didn't ask about that, but
I think what's needed to help you guys, what Angie was saying earlier is that there are setback lines that you can only build up to a certain point, and you can't cross that with the main house, but you can put an accessory structure. So what's missing really from here is showing where that setback line is.
Okay.
It's there. It's there.
Where is it?
It's there. It's 35-foot rear setback. It's written on the drawings. There it is.
It's hidden. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
They're at there.
It's already over it.
So, yeah, it looks like the eave. And per Angie, the zoning, she has done her research on the zoning, it's going to be 30 feet. So they have 5 feet back here, which isn't room to do anything meaningful. This is similar to one of her other projects. 828 East Worthington, is that right, Angie?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. We opened, then reclosed. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
I just wanted to add one thing, and I've been to the house, I think it was next door, and these lots are so tight and they just really can't move to the rear. I think we've already talked about that. But when I look at the front elevation, I love these houses with the steeply pitched gables in the front. And then I look at the addition on the right with that shed roof, and it just doesn't seem to work with me the way that it's currently built. And this commissioner feels that this addition, especially with regard to eliminating that shed roof, slanting off to the right, is an improvement.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Thank you for that perspective. I hadn't looked at it that way, so thank you. Commissioners, any other comments or any other comments to add to the discussion? I don't think we talked a lot about the accessory structure. Do we have any reactions to what is being proposed? I saw the staff analysis was asking about materials and all of that. And Angie did confirm that the pergola would be wood and that she could change the material of the accessory structures to be more compatible with the primary structure. Any other comments or thoughts? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I struggle with the accessory structure, just as far as the guideline or the standard, 8.10, number 3, design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the site, scale massing, and other architectural elements. I guess for me, the main architectural element is the roof form, and I get that the first, what did we say, there were 5 different roof pitches on the house. But I don't feel that that quite is compatible. I mean, I'd like to see a different approach to that. I get that the materials are somewhat, and I'm glad that the applicant is open to changing that. It's changing from the brick and having that more compatible to the siding. Just my impression.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Other commissioners, does anyone else have a similar or?
I agree with Commissioner Lineberger, and we do see a front or a door that I believe we may catch a glimpse of from the street view. Granted, it's far away. That seems a little bit incompatible with the existing house, as well as the brick that I mentioned before. I think I'd prefer to see it go siding.
Okay. I see other commissioners nodding their heads with the siding comment and you mentioned the door.
Yeah, there's a pedestrian door straight back as you walk through the pergola looks like for some bike storage. It looks like a single panel door, and it does appear that it's a glass door. I could be wrong. If it is a glass door, it probably should have divided light on it, especially since it is semi-visible from the street perspective.
Okay, understood. All right. So we've got an addition and we've got an accessory structure. So we talked about early on, perhaps breaking these into 2. If we're okay with that approach. Does anybody have a motion for at least the addition portion?
From my estimation, they can be grouped together at this point because they both need work.
Okay, fair enough. I see nodding. Okay, so does anyone have, Commissioner Whitlock, do you have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I do have a hard time with the front elevation as it's drawn with the addition. I mean, I'm not crazy about what it looks like now, but making it a 2-story and bringing that forward, that second story forward, it almost looks like a little junior townhouse attached to the existing house. And I don't know, it just seems just doesn't match. So, you know, I would like to see some major redesign, and I don't know how it's going to work on the front elevation like that. So, but that's not my job to do. And so I guess I would make a motion that we continue, but for some major redesign.
Okay.
And with regards to the accessory structure, I agree with the comments that have been made that needs to be reconsidered too, and the materials and just the design and the roof line and such. So that would be my motion.
All right, well, let's, if you don't mind restating that with some standards, and we can help you out too.
Let's see, well, the addition, I think, would be chapter 6, .20 through 24. Since we're talking about more than just one item, it's accessory structure 8.10.
And we're saying to restudy.
Restudy the overall design of the addition to the house. And then with focus on the elevation and the appearance from the front elevation. It's going to be difficult. You know, the roof line complexity, I think that should also be addressed. And then with the accessory structure, the same, I think that, you know, materials and roof line.
Okay.
To be more congruent with the house.
All right. Does anybody have the standards for materials handy and roof forms?
Sorry, 6.13 is roof forms and materials.
Okay. Perfect. All right, so we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Do you have any discussion on the motion?
I just want to say that we've seen other examples of a house that's kind of been built to its capacity for that lot. And we saw one that was not congruous with the community, and they were never able to get there. I'm not saying that that's going to happen here, but I don't think that we should be making concessions just because the lot's been built out.
Thank you, Commissioner Parati.
And is a courtesy to the applicant, one thing I will mention is one of the things that's wonderful about these Tudor-esque houses is sometimes these asymmetry. So in looking in that front elevation, I'd challenge the applicant to think about that when restudying that massing and rhythm and roof form and everything else.
Thank you, Commissioner Barr. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor? Oh, no, sorry, Commissioner Taylor was recused. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0.
All right, Angie, we're switching you over to 524 East Kingston. Do we need to have her state her name and address since she's already done it? No, okay.
Let the record show that Commissioner Taylor is back.
Yes. Angie, again, I'm gonna turn it right over to you. The project is at 524 East Kingston. I'll start you on the cover sheet. The homeowners are here. Bob, have you been sworn in?
No. I have not been sworn in. No, we haven't.
Okay, well, let's get y'all sworn in.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Now over to you.
Do I need to do my address again?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, thank you very much again for looking at this project. So this is an an addition that was previously approved with a certificate of appropriateness back in 2021 because it was a smaller rear addition that staff did approve. And so we did revisit the scope of work on this particular house, and in discussion with the owner decided to change course after this was approved. And so one of the things that we did decide to do was truly restore some of the original features of this house. So Christy, I'm just going to ask you to kind of flip through the slides. So this kind of gives you the site context of this. Now, the back of this property has an alley, and there is alley access to their backyard. And there is a previously approved carport that is staff approved on this. Christy, correct?
That sounds right. Yep.
Okay. So, and one of the things that this particular house has is unique windows. So I'm going to start with the windowscape on this. So all the first floor windows are 1/1, and they're original to the house. On the right side of the house, the second floor windows are 9/9. I'm sorry, the left side, they're 9/9. And on the right side, they're 9/1, but they're original as far as we can tell. And Bob and T have owned the house for quite some time, so they can attest to that as well. Then there's these smaller windows that are also original in the gables that are these kind of pocket windows, if you will. There, where Christy is pointing on slide 10. I can't see your slide numbers, Christy, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Slide 8.
Slide 8, okay. And so the window trim details that was in the staff analysis, all of the new windows and the new trim will match the original house, which is the original part of the house. You can see in the back there was an addition added at some point in time that will be renovated. There is on the left side, so in the middle left, Christy, there are these windows in the back of the gable that are these triangulated windows. And previously, internally, the T had decided to vault the ceiling internally, and so these windows let light in. I think it's best shown on the elevation. So slide 11, let's see, slide 11. All right, there you go. So nothing changes on the front of the house. Everything happens to the back. So if you look at the existing left, there are these triangulated gabled windows that are going to be removed and the cedar shake siding replaced there. There's also a window in the lower left that is going to shift because of some internal features as well, and also balance on the house. So if you look at this elevation, you look at the front right window and the back left, they just were not balanced in the elevation. So it is a proper balancing of the fenestration on the left side. The addition that we are doing is on the rear and in the left. So this is one of those additions that Scott had mentioned, doing the additions to the back and not changing the front. This is a classic rear addition. So if you look at the next slide, again, Christy, I can't see the slide numbers. I apologize.
Slide 12.
Slide 12. Okay. So on the back of the original house, there were, again, a bunch of different roof planes, different pitches. Some were hip, some were not. And so we decided to clean this up on the back and create the addition, also keeping in mind with discussions with staff to maintain the 9/1 windows on the back of the house. And on anything that we were doing on the upper level. So everything on the first floor is 1/1. Everything on the second floor is 9/1. Next slide. So on this particular elevation, I think is the one that is the the strongest elevation of a restoration. And so we are restoring the gable. And I think that is absolutely key to this. And it goes to the Department of Interior Standards, where you can actually see what an addition was, but we are restoring the original house. And so the first addition that was done in this house, you can see that little octagonal window. That addition, even, and it is coplanar with the first, right there, Christy, in the center of those two additions. There is a distinguishing feature of the siding. You can tell there's different siding materials. And so again, discussing with staff where we can delineate even the first generation addition that we're going to modify. And then we're going to slightly add a little bit to this. I believe it's like 5 or 6 feet to the back to add in the square footage. So that dotted line that Christy is pointing to in this slide is the addition on the back. Keep it simple. The roof pitches are the same. Do shed roofs off the back that are not seen from the street. Backload everything on this addition. The only change that we're making on the front is we are adding some handrails on the front steps, so those can actually be removed at some point in time without damaging the original architecture of the house. And I believe in the photos, it's the best place to see that. Yeah, so on the front of the house, you have those bulkhead walls. We just need to add some railings internally there so that they're for ease of going in and out. All right, so window trim to match existing. The deck on the rear is going to be a wood deck with wood rail. And I would ask that we can coordinate the exact details of the decking with staff, because it is on the back. The railing on the front, I would also ask that we coordinate with staff into what we feel would be appropriate. And we do believe it'd be like an iron rail of some sort, and something very simple and not too ornate with that. The brick, any new brick will remain unpainted. There is no painting of brick, although the original foundation does have painted brick. And Chrissy, you can see that in the photographs as well. The existing HVAC is on the upper front right of the house. It's existing and it will be screened. So you can see that just to the right of your cursor. Yeah, right there. That's existing. And so we can screen that. It's not screened now. So I'm not sure exactly a detail we can do there, but we can discuss that with staff if that's okay. And then the last thing that was staff analysis, if we could bump the addition in a few inches on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, it is bumped in, but on the right-hand side, because we're moving that vertical trim board, we felt that that was enough to delineate from existing. Otherwise, that bump would be in the last 4 or 5 feet of the addition. And that just didn't feel right at that point. So, yeah, it was considered to move in, but we decided it just didn't look right to offset that roof wise. Everything it just didn't feel right. And that's pretty much it. Let me just verify the windows. We talked about that. The gables, shed roofs, window trim, the deck materials. I believe that's it. Bob and T, I would love for you to chime in if you have any also additional comments.
None.
None? Okay. Bob, do you have any comments?
No, I don't.
Okay. I think that's it on my end.
All right, thank you, Angie. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Oh, do we have anyone on the line?
We have no callers.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, any questions for the applicant? I see Commissioner Barr's finger is on the button. All right, Commissioner Barr.
Beautiful house, Mr. and Mrs. White, excuse me. And obviously beautiful project, Angie. Thank you all for bringing it before us. I believe my only comment is on the right elevation, which we are already at. You have the 8 light, looks like a casement window on the existing house. I love that you're preserving the gable. That window style is sort of more of a unique element. Love that you're incorporating it on the addition. However, there's a triple gang instance of it. I think I'd like to preserve that uniqueness. And I think those triple gang windows on the shed dormer that Christie's cursor is at, on the shed dormer, there you go. I think I'd prefer those to see those as like a double hung or a different window option that's compatible. Potentially, can't design it for you, but I'd say potentially the windows on the larger gable to the left on the same elevation. Would you be open to that?
We would. One of the things, Chris, that that plate height's only like 6 feet tall. And so it does lower those windows. So to make them a double hung, we did try it. They were just out of proportion, right? So it didn't feel right. I understand what you're saying. It's, these kind of specialty windows are strategically placed, but they're kind of random placed too. So if it needs to be 3 individual windows versus gang together, or eliminate maybe the one in the middle and keep the 2 on the ends and reverse that, the venting and the wind, we can work on that window pattern, if you will. But the header heights, I think you can see in the window schedule what the header height is. Christy, if you can zoom in on that, I think it's kind of low. So that's come up a little bit. It's not C. It's not I think it's at 7. Yeah, I don't think it's at 7. That is not correct. I'm sorry. It's down low. Those are like a 6-foot header in there.
The reason I bring it up is because for this being a dormer, and you can see this reflected on the front elevation, typically on dormers, the sill and head conditions are a little tighter. Those windows for this dormer condition on the addition do seem like they're a bit of in a field, punched openings versus integrated into the architectural, the architecture of the addition. So I mean,
is it just those 3 that would be?
I think so. Yeah, I think the one on the left, the other C window, is kind of tucked in there and kind of speaks to the language of having that rare instance of character.
We can work that. I would want to know, like, if we want like a 6/1 or 9, because we're doing all 9/1s on double hungs, and it might look a little odd, but other than that, I think we're fine.
I think compositionally, and you could probably work with staff. I know you have some program elements in there that you're probably trying to work around, but I think you do have some sill height there you can probably play with and get a little bigger window or just a different style. And then similarly on this elevation on the lower floor, would you be open to putting another window to the right of the rear part of the lower floor?
In the closet on the bottom right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we might need to black it out from the inside.
Something, or even pulling that B window further down in elevation, I think something would just, in speaking to fenestration rhythm, blank walls.
That window, just an FYI, it's the same size as what they had before. Christy, if you can just go up on the screen a little bit. So, and again, I know that you guys don't typically care or you're concerned with the interior, but those 2 windows are over a bathtub. And they're centered in the bathtub, and that trim board, we worked it out so that it could be symmetrically placed. But we can place another window in the closet if you would allow us to do that, but it would need to be blacked out internally. Would that be a problem for staff to review?
I for one don't have a problem with that. I also would prefer that, but I'll look to other commissioners. And I have no other questions.
Okay, wow, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. It looks like Angie addressed a lot of the staff analysis notes and kept the roof form simple, added on to the rear of the, added the addition onto the rear of the home. So I think we are in a good place, in a good direction. Commissioner Barth?
I'm prepared to make a motion, but I would like to poll the other commissioners on the feeling for my comments, I guess, and particularly the lower level windows.
I agree with you on the upper and lower windows. You know, your statement windows, it's like an outfit, you know, it's too much of a good thing is just overwhelming, and it does affect the overall look. And as far as the rhythm goes on the bottom level, I'm in complete agreement with that. And the good news is it sounds like Angie has some ideas, so.
I agree. Commissioner Wojcik?
I agree.
I'm gonna chime in, yeah.
Commissioner Taylor?
The triple casements up top I don't have a problem with that. The bottom single on the back right, I agree with that. This may be wrong thing to say, as a contractor, I would not cover it up. It's just a pain. I would, let it be a window and put a blind or something over it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, I agree with that. And also on the window, I'm not sure about the blackout, so something else to cover it up is what I would recommend.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Sometimes blacking the window out can be problematic. And if you use something solid, then you're creating a space difficult to access. So lines,
Okay.
I think.
All right. We sound like we're on the same page.
That's good.
Are we on the same page with the triples up top? I think that you should probably take a poll on.
There seems to be a few folks that are okay with them as is.
I don't have a strong feeling about them one way or the other. I think for someone that isn't into the building science or any of that, I am fine with them. But I trust the architects. If it's a better application of the windows, then I'll take your recommendation.
Go ahead.
And the applicant, Angie, has said that she's willing to explore it. So if it can be made better, I don't see the problem with that.
My dilemma is putting something in a motion that requires changes to those windows versus allowing the option. Or do folks generally feel like us shooting the suggestion to them and they can take it or leave it? Okay.
Could you say consider?
Consider, yes. Yes. Good terminology. With that, I would like to make a motion to approve this application as presented, as it is not incongruous with our districts and guidelines, with the following items for the applicant to consider. Number one, the triple gang windows on the right elevation on the second story shed dormer would ask the applicant to consider a slightly larger window to improve the sill to roof relationship, as well as maintaining the unique character of the 8 light windows that are seen sporadically throughout this unique house. Would also, and item number 2, would like the applicant, would require that the applicant add an additional window towards the rear on the lower level, which was mentioned in a closet, and would like to state that we would prefer the window not to be covered, but again, would leave that to the applicant, as I know that we typically don't review what happens inside, correct? And would suggest that that potentially happen or be covered up with a blind element or something that's removable. Referencing standard for windows.
4.1.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Is it 4.1 for number 1 and 5?
Or would this be for new? So I guess that'd be 6, 1, 5, and 16. And would also request that the applicant work with staff on window trim detailing, deck railing detailing. Brick is to remain unpainted. HVA screening is to be worked with staff on, as well as that's it.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0. Thanks,
Thank you.
Angie.
Thank you.
you, White family.
Thank you Thank very you much. very much. And thank you, Angie. It's an awesome job.
Thank you. Okay, one more, right?
More, Angie.
One more.
820 Woodruff Place.
Okay.
Okay. Sure. You want a 5-minute break? Angie, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Gather your thoughts.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are y'all ready? Okay, hi Angie. Welcome back. I believe the property owners are with us as well for this one.
Yes, they are. I see them online, Vita and James.
Okay, and Vita and James, have you been sworn in yet?
I have not. This is James. Vita's actually on the other side of the house, babysitting.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. The next application is for a new accessory building in the rear yard. And with that, it is located at the very edge of the Wesley Heights district. And the lot is a little unusual and the building's gonna go right here. So Angie, I have the cover sheet pulled up. Take it away.
Okay. So again, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, 28208. Before you, you have this two-story, colonial revival style house. And, you can actually see in the front elevation and in the roof plan that it was added to over time. Again, I'm not sure of when the additions were done, but you can clearly see the right-hand side and in the back, the house was added to. One of the unique features of this property is that it is partially located in the floodplain. So, Christy, I'm going to ask you to go back to your original slide 1. And you can actually see, and there's another line that's actually not in here. So it's community floodplain, and then there was a stormwater, I believe, floodplain line that is just slightly inward of that light teal line on this first slide. And prior to us working on this project, we did consult with stormwater to determine where we could build on this particular property and what we needed to do in order to mitigate any water control. So in placing the ADU, we decided to place it in the back right corner where Christy had mentioned, not quite in the rear of the property, but mid, probably 3/5 of the property back. And where we need to place the structure also, because that dog leg is considered a side yard, it is 5 feet in both directions, is where we can place the ADU. So it is not in the rear of the property nor in the floodplain. Also, Christy mentioned that this property is on the border of the district, so behind it is not historic, but to its northeast is historic. And so again, placing this structure in the floodplain, we have some requirements. One of the things that we found out from speaking with stormwater is that we needed to be 2 feet higher than grade, which was at elevation of 646. And I know we'll get to the street elevations with the Zootwell survey, but I had actually more detailed information from Melanie Brock with stormwater, where it actually gave us specific site elevations. So the street elevation, if you look, this property is a little unique. The street is lower, it branches up and then comes back down. And so the street elevation is at 646, where the driveway is on the front right corner of the house is at 649, roughly 650. You can see that in the Zootwell survey. So in the front right corner, we had 649.2, that says 650.1 on the right-hand side. And then the property actually slopes up diagonally across from the existing driveway to 652. So the property continues to rise, and then it slopes back down. So the backside where this accessory structure is going to go goes down to 644.3. Well, we need to be at 646 based on the floodplain requirements. So we did have that restriction of having to be 2 feet higher than floodplain. And we have a 24-foot max height, which one of the questions in the staff analysis was, what was the total height of the building from grade? And that would be at 24 feet. So that would be the max height, because grade has to be a minimum of 2 feet. We had 21 feet 11 inches for the structure from finished floor. Some of the requirements from stormwater was that no, not even ductwork can be within the floodplain. And so we're again elevating this up. And so our slab and finished floor would be at 646 as an elevation marker. And these numbers that I'm giving you are based on the flood insurance rate map, which is part of Mecklenburg County's determination. So we really did have no other location to place any structure. Currently, right now, they have a little shed that's in the back of the property. And so that is going to be removed and replaced. One of the things that was mentioned in the first was massing, height, width, and size. And so I refer you to the next slide, Christy. Again, I can't see the numbers. I don't know why, but I don't know what slide number that is.
Would you like a site plan or would you like the elevations?
No, that one right there. That's perfect.
Slide 12.
Slide 12. Okay, Christy, you know, I like mentioning my slide numbers and I can't see them.
You're trained very well, Angie. Thank you.
Yeah, so slide number 12, you can actually see that just the roof plane of this is less than a quarter of the entire house, right? So if you kind of zoom out a little bit, and if you were to divide the house into 4 squares, so size-wise, this structure is not as big as the existing house, which we don't want it to be. So just the size of it in footprint does not overwhelm the property. This property does have a little bit more distance in the back. So visually they look like they have a grander backyard, but it is in the floodplain. So that, as far as the massing of this, I'm going to go to the next slide, if you can, 13. So again, this, the function of this is really the kind of pool house, guest house facing inward. And because the property on the right and the property behind it, this structure will sit 5 feet to the property lines on both sides. And that is to roof overhang, not to foundation. So it's from foundation, it's probably 6 feet or so. And the window pattern. So what you see from the front elevation, from the street, you're really not going to get the perspective as a clean line because you're seeing up and over and down into the driveway. So your perspective is cut a little bit of where you actually stand from the road and from the sidewalk. So front elevation, we do have similar details as the front of the house, which had the barrel vaulted window trim and inset dormers. And so, or actually overbuilt dormers. The plate height is set lower and you can see that detail. So these are details that are consistent with the original house. Although the original house is brick and it is painted and all of the brick is painted, we're not painting this, and it is going to be a parged foundation simply because it can be painted that way and so that there's no brick to match. So foundation height, we talked about that. It has to minimally be 2 feet above the floodplain. And then the rhythm. So the fenestration and the rhythm on the rear and the right in particular. So the right side does step and stagger back. And there is, smaller windows also because the property to the right sits up a little higher and there's a retaining wall there. So there's really no view in or out at that point because you're looking into the neighbor's backyard. And then the rear elevation, which again faces a non-historic district on the rear. And so we have minimal fenestration on that side as well. There's a power pole that's back there as well. So we try to keep as few windows in the back and really focus the fenestration facing towards the pool and towards inward in the property, which is really kind of capturing the use of the space. So window sizes, window patterns match the original house, and so does the window trim. So Christy, if I can get you to go to the photos of the existing house, you'll see that if you look at the right rear corner, well, first of all, that's correct. The front elevation has that integrated dormer, and we're matching that detail. And then the windows on the back and the trim. So we do want to match that because they're going to be pretty close in proximity. So there are 6/6 windows, and they're a smaller detail. Now, these are ganged together, and I don't know when this project, if and when it was approved. Christy, you might be able to get some insight on that.
Yeah, yes. So first step between 2012 and 2014, it was painted. Up until 2016, it just had a small one-story addition. You can see it actually. The tax assessor's photo is old. So it's just this tiny addition.
Right.
So really, if you're looking at the roof form, the main house, this was the main house here with this. This and all of this is new construction and a later addition, as is this.
Okay.
This was the original house.
So the original house had brick on the front and siding. So if you go back to your the photo that you just had as far as the tax records.
It did. It was strange. It had
Yeah, it just had the coins on the corner, but siding.
but it had correct. Mm-hmm.
So, other than brick mold on the front, there's no way to know what was original, correct? So what we felt that we needed to do was match.
You can certainly tell that these aren't original.
I know,
Yeah.
obviously. So what we felt, because again, they were in close proximity, to match this window trim, then try to introduce something that has more of a bungalow style trim to it, which is a little bit thicker. In a colonial trim, it probably would have been smaller, I'm guessing. So we can obviously discuss that, but we felt like because of the proximity of where it was, that we needed to match what's here now on this. So, and it says here that, in your analysis, the window trim appears to be too narrow. So again, that, certainly up for discussion on that as well. So when we say match existing materials, we do mean the lap siding. We were proposing, oh no, it says I'm scheduled to shut down. Hang on a second. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, I might lose you. Don't go away.
The call-in numbers listed. You can pull it up from your phone.
No, I need to stop my shutdown on my computer. Okay. Give me the number real quick so I can call in.
Hold on.
Oh my gosh, this has never happened to me.
650-479-3207.
Okay, if I lose you, I will call back.
And the passcode's HDC 2023.
Okay, I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try not to let me disconnect. Okay, so we can talk about the window trim, but we want to match existing materials on the house. And again, foundation. Okay, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Cancel. Okay, let me keep going. If I lose you, I will call in. So window trim and details, again, to match existing house. the door trim and door dimensions, you know, again, to match the original house doors that are there. And so we did submit an application for rear steps to be revised, and they show this, we show this in our rear elevation, and the rear steps were staff approved. And so there is an original door on the back of the house that that we will match. Wood railing and detail on the balcony. I did notice that once we called it out as wood, the house on the back shows an iron rail or an aluminum rail. And we are certainly open to matching the aluminum rail that's on the back of the house. Bracket detail, we will provide a bracket detail. It's really just to protect the door because there is no overhang on that. And then the windows would be a wood window, again, to match the original house. And then it was asked if we were going to cut down any trees. There's no trees to cut down. I don't believe, other than the banana trees that are in the backyard. So if we could go back to the photos on the back of the house, that would be great. Yeah, so it's just those. And then if you look on the right, I don't think there's any maturing trees on the back right of the property that would be removed. And James could chime in on that as well. I think it's just overgrowth.
Yeah, I'll
to be
confirm
honest
that
with
there are
you.
no trees back there. And actually, those banana trees are not located in a spot where they would have to be removed either. But no trees of any kind would be removed.
So no trees will be harmed in the construction of the ADU. Let's see. Roof forms, windows, consideration of the interior facing functions. I believe that was it. And so one of the things, if we could go to the next slide, Christy. No, I'm sorry, the previous slide where it shows the photos of the house. Yeah, so you can actually see how the driveway slopes down significantly in the bottom right-hand corner of the right elevation. There's quite a drop in grade that you can't really see. And if you really can zoom in on that photo, you'll see that there's a truck parked in the front. You can see the angle of that truck and the repose of that truck. You'll see how much it slopes back down to the street. So if you can zoom in on that one photo on the bottom right. Yeah. So you can see the truck that's parked there. It's kind of in the driveway, and yet that's not even at the street level. So there's definitely a rise in grade right at the driveway, and then it really slopes up to the neighbor to the east. So just, I would, hope that you guys take that into consideration as to the overall height, some of the limitations and restrictions that we have with the grade and being in the floodplain. So, James, I think that's it, unless you have something else to add. Roof forms are consistent with the house. That's it.
Thanks, Angie. Nothing else to add from my perspective.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Angie. Christy, do we have anybody speak for or against?
No callers.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant. I will start by asking, and I'm so sorry if I missed it, does this have to be a two-story accessory building, Angie?
So does it have to be a two-story? Well, based on the program requirements and discussion with the owners, the type and the use would be pool house down below and like sleeping quarters above. And so also based on the footprint of where it's going, if I move it too far forward, and if we look at the site plan, it interrupts the driveway. And we wanted it has to be behind the back of the house, right? It can't be forward and proud of the front, like on the side. So to answer your question, yes, based on program requirements.
Okay. Commissioner Bell?
So, thank you, Angie, for the presentation. I think we probably are all thinking the same thing with the size and the massing. It was hard when I reviewed the application for me I had to keep reminding myself that it's an accessory building versus an addition. And while I do see on the site plans, the separation, when I looked at the front facing designs, it feels very much like the house, or the accessory building rather, is attached to the main home. And I did hear you, Angie, regarding the location, and obviously looking again at the site plan, you can see there's not very much room on the right side, and for, I think, the flooding issues, you can't go in the back. All that said, I don't really have a question because I feel like you did a really good job explaining, but I did want to bring forward when we go in discussion that it feels like we're in a situation where there was a lot of additions, and so space is limited. And now they're asking for an accessory building, which is rather large. I guess when I look at the overall plan, it feels very, it almost feels like a second home versus an accessory building. So that's what that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Completely agree. Commissioner Walker?
Thanks. Yeah, Angie, just for confirmation, I think I remember reading someplace, is the square footage of this building 1,440? Is that what I read somewhere?
It's on the cover sheet. Let me pull that up. So it's the heated square footage is 1,200 square feet. And it has an outdoor storage facility in the front, and it has an open balcony. So you come down on the page, Christy. No, go up a little bit further. You can see it separated out in the middle of the page. Yeah, there it is. So there's 700, the footprint is 751 square feet. And based on the UDO, it can be no greater than the heated square footage of the house. And it is an accessory dwelling unit. So it is an ADU, not just an accessory structure.
So what is that 1441 number?
That's the total of heated and unheated.
Okay.
So the square footage of the house versus the square footage of the unit itself. So the footprint is 751, second floor is 500, so 1,278 plus the storage and the balcony.
Yeah. Thank you.
And Christy, being that this is, I think, right at 24 feet, is it, the reason it came to the commission was because?
Visibility, it's completely visible.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Commissioner Parati?
You helped answer some of my question. So it's from grade to ridge, 24 feet. What about the actual house, Angie?
It's in the streetscape. So the actual house from
grade to ridge,
I'd have to do the math. It's so first level is it's 23.8.
So 23.8 for
And that's
the
from finished floor. That's from finished floor. Sorry. So it's a little bit more than that. So just so you know, Kim, we matched finished floor, floor system, second floor. So boxing height, finished floor, everything is identical to the original house. It's just, it sits kind of downhill, if you will.
Sure, yeah.
And based on, from what I understand, and Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, when you kind of draw that horizontal line parallel to the horizon, it can't be any taller than the ridge, regardless of where it is on the site. And it cannot be any taller than 24 feet based on zoning. Is that correct?
Um, well, it needs to be secondary to the main house.
Right,
And
right, understand that.
as far as zoning, I'm not up on the new UDO standards.
Okay.
But before, yes, it was 24 feet or
It's
less.
still 24, in my understanding with the UDO, it still has a 24-foot max. If you want it taller, it has to step in and, be away from the setbacks and.
Yeah, it's greater setback.
Yeah.
What's the difference in the topography? Because it looks like they're neck and neck when you look at them.
I know.
When you look at the numbers. So then, because there's nuance here, that is in the dip. So how much does it dip from the main house to the ADU?
Well, you can see the sidewalk, right? He has the sidewalk here at 645. So there's already a 5-foot climb to finished floor from the sidewalk. And then it goes back down to 640. We have to be at 646 based on my communication with Melanie Brock, and she is with Stormwater. So my finished floor of the accessory dwelling has to be 1 foot higher than the sidewalk. If you can do a perspective of, just grade, the way the topography is, it goes up, levels off, and then comes back down. And then it goes into floodplain in the back right corner of this property. And Christy, if you can go back to your cover sheet, you'll see that. However, there's one line missing in this map, and that's, sorry, the next page, previous page, sorry, one up right there. You can actually see where that water line is, but there's one line missing in here that it's actually sitting further in than where that blue line is, the teal line. So everything, like half of their property is in the floodplain.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger.
Hey, Angie, so related to that, I heard you say that the foundation needs to be a minimum of 24 inches. So is that what it indeed is? I just didn't see the number.
Yes, right, because the way the house is drawn, we're at 21 feet 11 if you look at top of roof, and we have 2 feet. So we actually did a grade and a section cut through here that and because it's going to be slab and not foundation, we are like a crawl space. And there's also some requirements that have to be submitted to Stormwater for approval on how the foundation is actually built. So it has to go through another layer of approvals from Stormwater.
Okay, thank you. And then on the roof form, when you said the roof matched, that your roof form matched the house, are you matching, it looks like it doesn't match the original house, but it matches the pitch of the addition. Is that accurate?
Well, I believe there's 2 different pitches on the hip because they meet. So, but we are doing a hip style roof. And again, if you look at the site plan, you can see that roof plan. And there's 2 different pitches because as you can see, if you can zoom in on that, Christy, if they had the same pitch, they would, as you know, they would meet on a 45-degree angle. Right, the dormers and whatnot. So they are different roof pitches.
Okay, thank you.
But it is a hip roof. Basically, stylistically, it's a hip roof.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, Angie.
Hi.
I was looking at the elevation, the front elevation for the proposed structure ADU, and I'm actually thinking that there is a little bit of a variation between the boxing of that and the boxing of the main house. But I'm thinking that the secondary structure would be a little bit shorter. If you go to number 13, Christy. Yeah, on the right-hand side, that one. So you actually have like a double layer of fascia board. And when I went back and looked at the main house, that the fascia board that is on top is not actually there. So I'm thinking that your roof will move down a little bit. The way that the boxing on the main house intersects, it is actually underneath that half-round dormer.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking that it's actually drawn a little bit higher than it's really gonna be in real life. Maybe just.
Okay. Oh, because of the second boxing. Well, see, that roof there actually is a clipped hip. So if you look at the left side elevation,
Yeah, that's what,
that's
okay.
what that is. So that is.
So it
that's-
is 2 lines. Okay.
So the way that we did that was extend that hip to engage the dormer.
Okay. I see it. Thank
See
you.
what I'm saying? Like it's just a hatch line at that point. I mean, we can certainly, if we needed to lower the plate height a little bit to engage, to make it a little bit lower. We do have 8-foot ceilings in here. We could probably go down to like a 7.6 and have a clip.
I do have a project like that, and it does not interfere with the function of the windows or anything, but it does help with the volume of the space for.
Sure. And, we'd be absolutely willing to kind of concede a little bit in the height on the second floor. First floor is kind of a match existing, but the roof on this, to make it subordinate and truly secondary, we can just take the whole thing and just lower it a little bit because there's nowhere in here, I'm looking at these elevations where it interferes with the window functions. So we'd be absolutely willing to do that, just to lower it, the 6-8 inches that we need.
Yeah. Commissioner Goodwin?
Now, while we're on that slide, on the rear elevation, you've got that upper window on the right side bumped all the way over to the corner board. Is that intentional?
No, we can move that over. I see that right now. All the windows are off the corners. We can move that window in.
Okay, and then on the right elevation, the upper right blank wall, is it possible to add a window or two there?
I think so. Can I look at my floor plans to let you know for sure? But I don't see why we couldn't add a window.
Middle of the bed wall.
It's a closet, but yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
Can I also make a recommendation or a suggestion to the commission if it is something smaller like this, that we get staff approval? Possibly.
I'm not sure we can do that because I hear a lot of the commissioners, just from the questioning, kind of having a challenge with the height and the scale and massing of this accessory dwelling unit. And so I'm not sure it's going to be that simple. So we'll probably need to talk about it a little more. Because short of you and the applicants agreeing to make it a lot smaller, I'm not sure we can just send this over to staff, but we'll talk about it and.
Okay. It's worth a shot to ask. I mean, you guys know me well enough by now, so.
Good try.
It's not my first rodeo, guys. Come on.
Thank you, Angie. All right, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Okay. All right, Commissioner Goodwin, you're ready to go.
On that note, with regard to the massing of the ADU, I mean, this elevation, slide number 6, I mean, elevations can be so misleading. That ADU is set back, I think, at least 100 feet, and it's going to be receding somewhat in the background. So, and it's not in excess of 24 feet, and is subordinate to the main structure. So that's my thought. I just think that a perspective drawing would be really helpful to show how that's going to diminish based on the long distance back relative to the front plane of the existing home. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lineberger?
I understand that elevations can be deceiving. When you're seeing, when you're seeing it all right there, you don't have that perspective of how far back it is. However, when I first started reviewing this, I felt like I understood that it was set back, but I felt like it looked like projects and additions that I see in other non-historic district neighborhoods where it was genuinely a continuation of the house. And I think that it visually does appear to be a large addition versus a separate ADU. And I understand the challenges of the site, and unfortunately, that's not our, we can't help with that there are challenges to sites in the location and where this can go, but I think it needs to come down a good bit in scale and massing for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I guess if I look at our guidelines, 8.10, there's a visual there. It shows do this, don't do this. Well, recommended, not recommended. And the not recommended is what I'm looking at for guidance on how this particular project conforms to one or the other. And I feel like it looks like not recommended. I mean, I feel like it does.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Nicely said. Other commissioners? So to move the conversation along, let's go around, let's do a little bit of a round robin and see if you all are in agreement that the ADU needs to be restudied and address the massing, the size, the scale, if that needs to be done, or if you're okay with it as is. So let's just start. Commissioner Bell?
I think there does need to be a reconsideration for the design.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger shaking her head yes. I think Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, another point that Angie made is the footprint size. It's much smaller than the existing structure. And I guess also I feel that on the 8.10, those two not recommended structures are relatively larger with respect to the main house than in this particular application. So I'm okay with it.
Okay. Commissioner Walker, I think based on the comments you made, you're in agreement that reconsideration of the scale and massing. How about you, Commissioner Barr?
Sorry. I was getting comfortable here. I agree that the scale and massing needs to be revisited. And I understand that the applicant is trying to mimic the existing house being a two-story structure. I think potentially, not trying to design it for the applicant, but I think maybe a 1.5-story structure may be worth looking into here, just because, and the other thing we have to keep in mind here is, we need to look at what was the historic structure. This footprint has been added to quite extensively. So in looking at, scale and massing and site context and everything, I think that needs to be considered.
Okay. How about you, Commissioner Parati?
Two things. Want to agree with Commissioner Barth. I think like another application we saw earlier, at what point do you say, okay, you've maxed out of adding? I understand that the lot has certain constraints, but they've made do. Number one. Number two, I love the house, by the way. I should have led with that. This street is one of my favorites because it has these little cottages throughout. And granted, this particular house is like an anchor house, right? And there's another anchor house that's pretty stately too. But I think that we should be looking at context. And I would love to see what Commissioner Goodwin sees. So if they can come back and make this make sense by showing us in a way that's not like a three-dimensional way or whatever, for those of us who are not as visual as the others, that would be great. But short of that, I do think it needs a restudy.
Thank you, Commissioner Parati. How about you, Commissioner Taylor?
I mostly agree with Commissioner Goodwin. I think the elevations are naturally deceiving. I think footprint is smaller. I think Commissioner Garth has a good point that the original house, in perspective to what the original footprint of the house, that is also deceiving. And don't want to design it. I think scaling it down, whether it's taking the plate heights lower or the footprint slightly smaller, I think all of that and a perspective, I think it can all be done in that context.
That sounded really close to a motion if we just added some standards, but I will get comments from Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Whitlock.
I agree with everyone. No, I see the architectural tie-in. I would prefer to see a 1.5-story design, but not a traditional, dormer, A-frame, gable kind of thing. I mean, I think architecturally what she's done has been appropriate, but I just think that the overall height of the structure makes it appear to be a little overwhelming. That would be enough. I would be happy with that if the plate height kind of came down a little bit, just to soften the overall height of the structure. The proportions of it on the lot and in relationship to even the historic house is not horrible as it is an ADU. I do have one question though. I thought that we had to keep ADUs to like 800 square feet. I didn't think they could get this big. Up to 50%? Okay. Okay.
And the UDO changed requirements too.
Yeah, I don't know any of that. Okay. So that's my only opinion.
All right, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, I'm looking at the street view and there are a lot of trees, but even if all the trees were gone, knowing how deep that is, I think it's a lot less of a concern that I would have. Looking at the elevations, of course, I would have a concern, but I think it could be scaled back a little bit, but I don't know that it would be absolutely necessary for me.
Okay, so it sounds like if we saw I think you guys said a perspective view of this ADU on this lot, and perhaps then we could make a judgment call as to whether this does need to be scaled down or not. So, do we well,
I don't
Commissioner
quite,
Lambert.
are you saying if we just see a perspective that see maybe some 3D or some perspective drawings that we might be okay with it if we see
No.
that? Okay.
No,
I'm making sure I understood.
No, well, what I'm saying is that the current elevations are difficult for some of us to understand whether this ADU is overwhelming on this property or not. Some of the commissioners feel like it's not, and so it's not overwhelming. So the only way that I know that we could address that, unless you guys have a different suggestion, is that we actually see a 3D view of the ADU on the property, and then we could make a decision as to whether we recommend that it be scaled down or not. Commissioner Barr?
Christy, could you go to the street view of this house, please?
Sure. I may say flow to motion.
I'm in agreement.
I think this may be another, if this is a continuance, not saying it is, maybe another, a project where it would benefit some of the commissioners to do a drive-by and see just how visible this is, because I'm looking on Google Street View and there is an existing one-story structure out there. We're talking about putting a two-story structure out there that's significantly larger. And it's a straight shot down the driveway. So I get what some of the commissioners are saying, that, it's a perspective thing, it's a distance thing, but I still think this structure is going to be fairly apparent. I mean, you can look at the elevation and use your imagination. Perspective would help, but I still think it's going to be pretty darn visible.
I want to add one more comment. When I looked at this, I also viewed it as if the addition wasn't there. If we were just looking at the main house and the ADU, and we were assessing that to me, I would still be saying the same thing. And I guess that's how I came to my conclusion, that we really need a scale down massing. It just still didn't feel clearly secondary to the main structure, which is outlined in 8.10 number 3.
Okay, fair enough. I agree. I think we probably need to float a motion. Some are gonna agree, some are not gonna agree. Wherever we have the largest consensus, that's the direction that we're gonna
I
go.
think for even those who are okay with it, seeing more never hurts.
Okay. Any brave soul want to float a motion? All right, Commissioner Barr? Commissioner
I'll
Lineberg.
give it a shot, and then you can jump in if you. So I've got restudy the scale massing and height for 8.10 number 3. I'm not exactly saying my motion yet, FYI. Do we need to do restudy roof form, or is that just part of the? Does anyone?
I think it's part of it. If you're restudying the whole building, then everything is.
So do you think I need to specify that, or just anyone?
Yes.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and start, and then y'all can adjust it if you think. So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the restudy the scale massing and height of the proposed ADU to adhere to 8.10 number 3. So it clearly is secondary to the main structure. Also restudy the roof form per 6.13 number 1. And also provide all materials, dimensions, and details of the primary structure that are to be replicated in the ADU, including doors and windows. 6.15, materials 6.18, and cornices and trims 6.14, which we did not really discuss, but it was in the staff comments, I believe.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lineberger. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Do we have discussion on the motion?
1 or 2 amendments.
Commissioner Barr?
If it pleases the commission, would request that the applicant consider studying this in perspective form, as well as take into account with the restudy of the massing scale and height and width, the fenestration rhythm and quantity. Massing, as it relates to massing, we'll say that.
Okay, and we've already referenced those standards for, yes.
I believe we have, yes.
Okay.
I still second.
Sorry. Do you accept the amendment?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner?
And I second.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thank you, Angie.
Thanks, Angie. All right. Anyone want to adopt the May minutes?
Anyone want to?
May, not June. I haven't sent out June's yet. You don't want to adopt the May minutes? Oh. I think that yeah, they've already been deferred. Yeah. They'll be first. It'll be first next month.
Adopt the May minutes?
Yes,
have
no,
any-
Kim doesn't look like she's ready to.
I am not.
Okay. All right.
Can we get a
Next.
commitment to do the May and the June minutes at the August meeting?
Can we get a commitment to do the May and June meeting
Phil's
minutes?
saying yes with a smile. We can. Yeah, okay. All right,
All right.
wrap it up.
All right, attention. Okay. We have reached the end of our agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned. This meeting is adjourned at 7:37 PM. Thank you, everyone.